We are.
Whew.
Man.
Brev.
I'm definitely going to be fussing today because.
Well, nigga.
Niggas need to be put in their fucking place. And their shame. Listen, man. I think we need to revisit shame. We need to put it in its proper context. Some people you shame some things. You're on some bullshit. That's respectability shit. But there are other things that people should feel shame for, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and if they are incapable of feeling that shame, then it is our job to press the issue, right?
Thanks.
It's our job to press the issue because motherfuckers got some splaining to do. Like I always said, at a certain point, it's not about the people that are doing the offending.
Right.
It's about the people that accept it and promote it and make excuses for it. Mighty Mike Gleason.
What up, Cindy?
What up, Sandy? Sandy, I'm telling you, like them pictures she sent, what it basically do is it gives you the travel bug. Like I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta go. Sean P. What up, random?
What up?
That shit give you the travel bug, man. Why am I? Because first thing I said, why am I not looking at fucking palm trees now or fucking beach fronts? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Mike is funny. He's
Betty.
What up, Betty?
All right, let's get into it because it's a lot.
Yes,
it's a lot.
It's a lot. Me.
You?
Yeah, me. And me too.
Okay, all right.
Welcome everyone to the Black Culture Geeks podcast. This is my man SPJ.
You
and I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and we are just a couple of geeks talking about pop culture from a black perspective. Facts indeed. And once again, really dial in on the fact from a black perspective, because you see, it's not enough for your skin to be melanated.
Right.
That's not enough to have us, you know what I'm saying, co-signing the
bullshit. No.
We're not co-signing the bullshit. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Man. Nah. That shit gotta make sense.
Yeah, I know at least one person who I do criticize, but I often talk relatively fondly of.
Right.
Gotta get the smoke today.
Yeah.
So gotta get the smoke today.
You gonna squat in that lighthouse?
Hey, listen.
No, that lighthouse. Look, it's not far from the city, that city area, Nassau too.
Right.
So you could just you're isolated when you want to be, and you got to go in there and get some money. That's it.
Oh man! All right, so there was a very this episode was going to be a very scattered type of episode. I had it mostly planned out, and then yesterday afternoon, a bomb dropped. And I say that with 0% irony, with 0% exaggeration. A bomb dropped. So I guess I just start with reading the article. Which article should I read? Because
for real.
Let me see which article. Cassie's lawyer praises her courage amid release of gut-wrenching hotel video of Sean Diddy Combs' attack. A 2016 altercation between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie was published on Friday by CNN. Cassandra, Cassie Ventura's lawyer, is speaking out in light of the shocking new video footage that shows the singer being physically assaulted by former boyfriend Sean Diddy Combs in a Los Angeles
But
hotel.
by the way, it's not new.
Well, right. The 2016 altercation was captured on surveillance video and published on May 17th by CNN. The video features Combs, now 54, grabbing and shoving and kicking Ventura, now 37, in actions that match allegations she made in a lawsuit against Combs last November that was settled the very next day. The gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs, Ventura's lawyer, Douglas H. Wigdor, said in a statement shared with People magazine. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Ms. Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light. A rep for Combs has not responded to People's request for comment. The video, taken at the since closed Intercontinental Hotel in Century City, shows Ventura exiting a hotel room and walking toward an elevator as Combs chases her down the hallway with a towel around his waist. Upon reaching her, the music mogul is seen grabbing her by the neck and tossing her to the ground. He then violently kicks her as she lays on the ground, then grabs her purse and suitcase. Combs is seen kicking her once more as she lies motionless on the ground. He then drags her briefly toward their room before letting her go and walking away. In Ventura's November lawsuit against Combs, which accused him of rape, sex trafficking, and domestic violence, she outlined an incident that matches the altercation seen in the video footage. The lawsuit says that in 2016, Combs, quote, became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye, end quote, while in a hotel. After he fell asleep, Miss Ventura tried to leave the hotel room, but as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at her. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed at her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran to the elevator to escape. To be clear, that was not a description of the video. That was what the lawsuit said. Yes. It's what happened in the video.
My God. That was awesome. That's an awesome transition right there. It's awesome.
Yeah, we have to be clear about that.
Yeah.
That was not from the video. That was in the lawsuit. That was in those papers that were filed. Per the lawsuit, Ventura managed to get into the elevator and she took a cab to her apartment. Quote, upon realizing that her running away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her and completely stuck in his vicious cycle of abuse, Ms. Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. When she returned, hotel security staff urged her to get back into a cab and go to her apartment, suggesting that they had seen the security footage showing Mr. Combs beating Miss Ventura and throwing glass at her in the hotel hallway, end quote. The complaint also alleges that Combs paid the hotel $50,000 for the hallway security footage from that event. Quote, this hotel is no longer under IHG management, and we do not have any access to prior incident records or footage, they said in a statement shared with People recently after the video came up. Upon settling their lawsuit in November, Combs' lawyer Ben Brathman said the settlement was, quote, in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best. Okay. So, again, this came out yesterday. I didn't have time to do the separation and categorizing of reactions, but we're just gonna go through some reactions. We're gonna go through some reactions. So, first of all,
excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
First of all, I was sitting on the bed next to Chrissy. I was looking at my phone. I was collecting tweets for another topic, and I got a notification from YouTube. from the channel Hip Hop is Real. For those who are unaware, Hip Hop is Real is a media company that started focusing on battle rap, and their main focus is still battle rap, but also they still talk about other things that are in the hip hop culture.
Right.
Also, 15 Minutes of Fame posted the video. Their Hip Hop is Real's title of their video was more journalist like.
Yes.
15 Minutes of Fame's title of the video was Diddy is Done. Footage of Puffy Combs beating Cassie in hotel surfaces. I don't remember the exact title of the Hip Hop is Real one, but it definitely wasn't protecting Diddy.
Right.
But it was less accusatory. It was more factual. This is what this is.
Right.
I pulled that out to say Hip Hop is Real and 15 Minutes of Fame are arguably, not much of an argument, but arguably the two biggest media platforms in battle rap.
Yes.
You know what I have not seen?
What haven't you seen? What up, free
Any battle rappers talk about this?
Yeah, it's
not
funny.
A single one.
It's funny. It's funny that you say that because there's a battle rapper in particular that comes to my mind when you say that, who said that he inspired the rap from Diddy, even though they don't rap alike at all, because Diddy doesn't really rap, he recites.
Yeah.
So that's amazing that nobody said anything.
Yeah. And to be clear, let's go through this logically, right?
Yeah, sure.
So for anyone listening,
we like logic here.
Yeah, for anyone listening, if you're a long-time fan, you hear me talk about battle rappers and their tweets often.
Yes.
It's not a situation where I go and search. It's not a situation where I go. It's not a situation where I search their Twitter handles and scroll. No. Their tweets show up on my timeline because some of them I follow, but also my algorithm timeline because they talk about a lot of things, and I interact with some of them and all that other type of stuff. So when they tweet shit, it shows up in my algorithmic timelines.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this isn't an instance of them just saying things about it and me not being no.
What happened this time?
I haven't seen a single. I saw the only battle rapper. He's also media that I've seen tweet about it was Henny, and his title could be construed as being on Diddy's side. It wasn't. When I say could be construed, he did not outright. He's not defending Diddy. I do not believe that he's defending Diddy. However, the way that he worded the title was like, "Is this it for Diddy?" Like that type of thing, or I can't remember the exact words, but
that's really
not a single other battle, and I've seen them tweet about other things.
Of course,
this has come out. So that was just a tangent to just get that out the way. But after I watched the video, my mouth was left open. Yeah, I sent it to Chrissy, and she's like, "Why would you send me something we're right next to each other?" I said, "Look at it."
Yeah.
And then I sent it to Tim.
Yeah.
And then I went on Twitter because what I wanted to see, and this is ancillary, this is just for my personal gratification. Yeah. I wanted to see how long it would take for any tweets that were tweeted since the video released on my algorithmic timeline how long it would take for me to find a consecutive 2 in a row that have nothing to do with it.
Right.
And as I suspected, it was wild. It was like people, because as I said at the beginning of this, it was a bombshell. Like, matter of fact, let's get into these. So, am I at the beginning yet? I'm still at the beginning because it's a lot. It's a lot. And then, oh, okay, all right. Someone said Cassie definitely should have took the stairs though. Elevators be too damn slow. Now,
does this fall under the category of worrying about the wrong shit? Because it's a
absolutely.
There's a couple of these without that we're going to discuss too. Worrying about the wrong shit.
Somebody quote tweeted them and said, "I fucking hate the fact that we have to see everybody's thoughts on everything."
Oh my goodness!
Because just like shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
and that perfectly works for this one.
I agree.
It wasn't TMZ Fed. And I don't think it was sold to CNN either. But we'll there's more talk about that coming up. As serious of a situation as this is, the only reason that I'm about to read this tweet when I'm about to read it is because I did not get a chance to organize the tweets.
Right.
As serious as the situation is, and we are going to give it the weight that it deserves, I will not pass up an opportunity to talk about how dumb these motherfuckers are.
I didn't know what you was about to say.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
I thought that was a given.
No, yeah, listen. So someone posted, if Diddy did that to Cassie. Now I'm going to read this. Wait. I'm going to read this I'm going to read the punctuation because the punctuation is very important. Mm-hmm. If Diddy did that to Cassie, imagine what he did to Kim or Misa or any other woman who fell into his trap. Now, with that full context, you understand what she's saying, right?
Yes, I do. Very much so.
So many people were replying to her saying, "What do you mean if?" As if I am implying that what we see on the video isn't real. That's not what I'm saying. And this is yet another example.
To him,
right?
Imagine what he did. Okay, all right. You know, I just I just got this migraine.
She said, and this is yet another example how reading comprehension be beating the shit out of y'all on a daily basis. And bruh, when I saw that, right, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and save this one, and potentially I'm gonna go through the comments. I ain't even had to. We're gonna get more of those later. Next one. And the main reason that I put this one is because this was the first celebrity of not stature, but of a legendary status that I saw say anything about this. Jonta Austin. From people who don't know who Jonta Austin is, legendary songwriter, producer. He says, "Attention all bitch-ass niggas who are thinking of typing out anything that even resembles a defense of that video. If you stop right now before posting, no one will know that you're a bitch-ass nigga who thinks beating up a woman is okay. And fuck dudes who beat women." Yep. I can't.
Agreed.
I
agreed.
Had to highlight this because there's so often that on the show when reactions and things are had to events that happen in the public, we take to task celebrities who don't take these other people to task.
Right.
So I had to make sure I highlighted that this is how this is supposed to go.
Right.
This is how it's supposed to go. You don't gotta be as aggressive as he was. That might not be your personality. However, when something this concrete, when something less concrete than this, but definitely when something this concrete comes out about someone, a public comment about the stance that you take, it's fine. It's fine. That's how it's supposed to work. All right, next. Someone said, that nigga blew up Kid Cudi's car, and y'all still question the validity in what Cassie said? You're just being dumb on purpose. I mean,
listen. There's a bunch of that dumb shit going around, and being dumb on purpose, I think sometimes lets people off the hook.
Yeah,
I think I'm going the other way with this. Some of you are fucking monsters.
Oh,
and
yes,
you reveal yourself. Remember what we said a while ago on the show that some motherfuckers aren't actually defending the perpetrator.
Thanks.
They're defending themselves.
Absolutely. 100%.
Because if you can watch that video and still fix your face to make a defense for him. And by the way, I saw you, academics. I saw you. You didn't make a direct defense, but some of the ways you were recounting this
I didn't see
completely misses the point of what's happening there. But I get it, because y'all always going to try to find a way to blame the woman for some shit that happened to her.
Facts.
Even when there's video. Even if you're not blaming her. One thing that he said, I wonder what she did to this nigga. See, when you say shit like that, when you say shit like that, what are we to take from that other than you have this reflex to blame the victim?
Yeah, you're literally undermining her, like 100% undermining her situation by asking. Because here's the thing. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. I watched that video.
Yo, you saw her.
It doesn't matter what she did to him.
She was trying to leave. Whatever she did, she walked out there with her shoes in her hand because she obviously was not trying to make noise. She was trying to sneak out.
Nigga, shoes in her hand, completely had her luggage and shit.
She was trying to get the fuck out of there.
The nigga came out naked with a towel on. Clearly, he was trying to escape. At that, we gonna get to that too.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I've explained. I forget what the topic was. Actually, we might have been talking about Diddy.
Probably.
But I forget what the topic was exactly. But I was talking about times when it's acceptable and not acceptable, and who deems what acceptable as far as retaliation towards a woman. And I'm kind of happy that Act made that point, because I didn't even allow for that variable. I don't care what people say. In general, men are stronger than women.
Yeah.
If you have an issue with that statement, get over yourself.
No, that's kind of biology.
It's factual. I know, but people will be like, "Oh well, no, women are just as strong." No.
We're talking about physical strength.
In general, right?
Yeah.
In general, men are physically stronger than women.
Right.
In general, are there exceptions? Of course. In general,
right. That
is the rule. Therefore, I can't imagine.
What up, boss?
What up? Anything that she could have done that would have equated to him doing what I saw in that video.
Anything she would have done that would have warranted a violent response is that he wouldn't have been in condition to chase after her.
Right. Nigga, he wouldn't be in condition to do anything. The only way that I can imagine being like, well, maybe, is if that nigga was gone. Yeah. If that nigga was gone, I can imagine him wanting to do something like that. Sure. That nigga was clearly in his right. Well,
and the fact is, when you put the totality of everything that we've seen about this specific thing, about the fact that when she filed the lawsuit, the next day.
Very next day. It wasn't even 24 hours.
It wasn't 24
People
hours.
was saying 24 hours because that's how long a day is. It was not even 24 hours.
You know what's funny about that? I remember at the time we discussed the speed of that and said, "Oh no,
there's a smoking gun somewhere."
People, part of this too, bro. Honestly, let's keep it a buck. Some of y'all motherfuckers will defend anything rich people do.
Oh, thanks.
Rich and powerful people,
yeah,
because you see yourself as one day possibly being in their place. And this is what I say for those of you that think that way and respond that way. I hope it never happens for you. I hope you never get that, because you're a monster. You're a monster, and monsters should not be given more weapons to abuse people. You're a monster. May all your plans fail. Yeah. May all your opportunities go left.
Thanks.
You don't deserve that shit, because that's one more person doing Diddy shit.
Yep. This next one is a little controversial, not like in a moral way, but as in like how factual it is. Christian, so those who don't know, Christian Combs, one of Diddy's sons, like a day before this dropped, released a diss track.
Yeah, it was whack. But go ahead.
Talking about, I didn't even listen to it. There was nothing about that made me say, "Oh, I should check this." No, made a diss track naming certain people and talking about he want to fight everybody who's saying anything bad about his father, and taunting the feds, talking about you looked in the wrong house and blah blah this.
All right, yo.
And then the next day, somebody said Kristen taunted the feds on Monday, and the feds dropped the footage on Friday. Enjoy your weekend.
See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about that. Christian, is it? Let's have a conversation, Christian. Nigga, you ain't tough. Nigga, you come from privilege.
Yeah.
Nigga, while there is in some world, I can see somebody defending a parent if it didn't happen. Yeah. But you know your father. Right. You know the type of shit he does. I'm not trying to hear nothing else. Those parties are huge. Listen, my kids know exactly what me and y'all to do.
Yeah.
They know exactly. Are they going to? Are they doing? There's no way you didn't know any of that shit, but you try to talk tough. You know, it's funny too, because everybody is quick to get on 50. And I am not here to say that 50 is perfect in all of his reactions. But after seeing that video, for those of you that were wringing your hands and clutching your pearls at Diddy going in on this nigga, how do you feel now?
Yeah.
In hindsight, he needs to be ridiculed. He needs to be taken down a peg. He needs to be exposed.
Yes.
And you know what's funny about that? To not get into too much detail, because I am somewhat, you know how they say the 7 degrees of separation from 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that with me and Bad Boy, right? Mm-hmm. Because I have close friends who were signed to an imprint that they were afraid to let him know that the guy that was running the imprint got locked up, because years prior, that whole situation with Sean, Diddy, the law and all of that, they knew they didn't want to get caught up in no bullshit no more. And if he found out, especially why dude got locked up, he'd have cut ties with them. So they kept it quiet for a while, right? Because Diddy was trying to stay away from legal entanglements.
Yeah.
You know how that sounds funny? Considering that video, considering the shit he was doing. Yeah. Like, really?
Yeah.
You didn't want to be entangled with legal shit, but
I mean,
a woman to a lobby of, the hallway of a hotel room.
But heat begets heat.
Yeah.
So I guess he know how much shit he got going on.
And we all, by the way, we all knew. All of us knew. All of us knew that Sean didn't shoot nobody. All of us knew that.
Nigga. Oh, yeah. That's
knew it.
100%. Like there have been songs of people taking shots at Diddy, like basically saying like you let Shine take that blame for you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, absolutely.
We all knew it. We all knew it. So this has been a long time criminal enterprise happening with him for a long time.
I mean, listen, exactly. But even if we not like, I think it's safe to say that you and I also have this habit. We have a habit of normalizing and decriminalizing things that we would potentially participate in.
Right.
No, even the other shit, even the long history he has of running up on niggas. Just him running up on niggas. Like that's illegal. It all goes together.
That's illegal. Look, slapping, just so you understand, slapping Drake is illegal.
Yes.
Like it's no, literally, they have it in the provisions up there.
100%.
It's right there.
You cannot slap Drake. Cole.
You cannot slap
That's illegal.
Right.
Yeah, illegal. Like
you can't do that. That's why it was so funny back in the day when the so-called beef between the East and the West was mostly between two companies, right. Bad Boy and Death Row. It was so funny because what they put on Suge could have also applied to Diddy.
Oh, nigga.
But they played the sympathy. Well, you know, Suge be on that. Nah, B, you be on that too.
Suge was just more open about it.
That's all. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, for lack of a better term, for those who understand, they'll understand. Suge was more gangster. Diddy was more gangster.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. 100%.
So yeah, that's how
you know how the Kingpin in Marvel he publicly presents as a businessman.
Yep.
But
savage.
Daredevil, Spider-Man, Iron Fist, Luke Cage. All of these people know what this motherfucker is. They know what he is. They didn't see the other face. They've dealt with the other face.
Facts.
This is Diddy.
Yeah.
That's Diddy.
Yeah.
Mr.
Facts.
Combs.
Yeah.
The Diddler. Gotham's new villain.
Okay. Next one. A man beating on a woman in a hotel hallway while wearing a towel absolutely has done worse things behind closed doors. There's no question of it. And that's one of the first things I said to him.
Yeah.
Was the sheer audacity.
The audacity.
To do something that egregious in public, because make no doubt about it.
Oh,
that a hotel hallway is in public.
It's in public. And we even argued that a hotel room is in public. Because I've been in some swanky ass hotels. Those walls are thin. I can hear everything that's happening in the hallway, everything that's happening on either side of me. That's public.
Yeah.
That's all public.
Yeah, especially with something that it has so much potential to cause so much attention getting towards it.
Nigga, he was running down the hallway like the Terminator and
with a towel on. Like, yeah, anyway. Next, most people probably didn't read the full lawsuit anyway. That's also a part of the problem. I have to both agree and push back on this, right? Because the defense that I'm giving people is mostly based on a failure of people. But the failure being a failure doesn't change the failure from being a fact.
Yeah.
People don't read.
At all.
Like, and this isn't even me joking like, oh, you never read a book. No, I mean, like, whenever we do something, all right, so quick rabbit hole. So 9 times out of 10, if you are dealing with any software, you are doing what we call SaaS, software as a service, which means you have to set up a profile. Now, and I say software, I'm not talking about what some people might consider software. This includes social media. Like, this includes Facebook, this includes Twitter, this includes TikTok, this includes all of that shit.
Right.
There is a thing called terms and services. If you sign up for any subscription in the world, lest it be with a super, super small company, and even sometimes then,
right,
there is the terms and services that you have to, quote, read and agree to,
right,
before you can use said service. We don't read those
at all, B.
Ever. Why? So with something as serious as opening a bank account that is going to contain all of your income, which in turn
read that entire, we don't,
which in turn determines how your life will go, and you don't read that, why do you think that people are going to read an entire lawsuit? Right. It's not realistic.
Right.
It's not realistic. No, there's no reasonable expectation for anybody to do that. Right. That's not how that works. That's not how that's ever worked. And you're not going to be the person that's like, I knew it. No, we're not doing that. There's enough real shame to go around.
Yeah.
We don't have to make shit up. Like, it's not a thing. What you're suggesting should have happened is not something that happens. So, next one. Someone said a man with 4 daughters kicked someone's daughter like that. Disgusting. The quote is, "This is why when people say a daughter will change them, I laugh, because it doesn't stop a thing."
Hold up. Yeah. If you were the type of person to do that,
yeah,
before you had a kid,
yeah,
you're going to do that after you have a kid.
Yeah.
There are some things having children will change about you.
Sure.
Absolutely. Now you have to think twice about certain shit you do.
Yeah.
Because if you go down, what's going to happen to the kid?
Yeah.
But y'all need to realize one thing. They only stay children for a limited amount of time. And then they become either older kids or young adults.
Right.
At a certain point, that person, if in that time has not made some other serious changes, was inspired to make some serious changes, right?
Right.
They will revert what they were, because now the consequence that made them say, "Oh, I can't do this because this person relies on me to take care of them and I go to jail," is now gone.
Especially if you're rich.
Especially when you're rich. Because here's the thing, right? Diddy got a lot of money.
Yeah.
His money longer than train smoke.
Yeah.
Right? So he does not have to, by hand, take care of any kids he brings into the world.
Right.
He has an infrastructure there. Those kids can continue to live whatever life he built for them if he's gone, even if he goes to jail now, because the odds are he's still got money somewhere that they're going to be eating off of. Now, whether or not the public shame of it affects the child's life, that's something completely different. But we're talking core elements of what it takes to survive. They're going to have that
they'll be fine. Yeah.
In spades, right?
Yeah.
My question about you is, when did Puffy become this? Because did Biggie know that Puffy was this? Who else knew?
Well,
back in them know Puffy was this?
That's an interesting question, especially the Diddy one, because for those who don't know, not Diddy, Biggie. For those who don't know, Biggie was getting ready to leave.
He was going to leave. That's why I'm asking this question.
Right. Biggie was getting ready to leave Diddy.
Yeah.
The question that's him asked is like, okay, so was it just because of the way Puff was handling business, or was it because of how Puff was handling business. So, that's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good question. Next one. Diddy goofy ass just returned to IG the other day, like 3 days ago, talking about time tells truth, only for proof of the real truth to come out.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And that's just you.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
This is why I named this one of the few reasons why I titled the show what I titled it.
Listen, why do y'all do that? I just want to know. All of you sadists, all of you disgusting pigs, why do y'all go on social media and you think you're safe? You know the shit you did.
Yeah.
You know this. And you get up there and you get all this shit. Because I think part of it is they know that there's a segment of the population that's going to defend these motherfuckers until death, right?
Yeah.
So they're rallying them.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, those of you that are this is why we said earlier about sometimes it's not just about the person that did the offense.
Right.
It's about people jacking that shit, right? Y'all motherfuckers that's running around here defending Diddy's ass, still, it's obvious for us to jump in your ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
But let's talk about the ones before this video came out.
Right.
Because now a lot of y'all going to do what y'all always do. I seen this shit happen before. There's a new conspiracy theory that comes out. Whole bunch of people jacking it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going on social media saying it with their whole face.
Mm-hmm.
Not an ounce of nuance, not an ounce of skepticism. Nope, this is what it is. Why? Because you already have some maybe warranted misgiving about the powers that be. And then the truth comes out. And all that shit was ridiculous and absurd. And those who said at the time, yo, this is absurd. This is not past the sniff test. Look, I don't trust these motherfuckers either, but this sounds dumb. This sounds dumb. What do y'all do? What do you do? What do you do? I'm going to tell you what you do.
Crickets.
You get quiet. You don't post no more. You hide up under a rock, and then you make the attempt to convince us after we saw it with your whole face that you normal. I'm just like you guys. I'm a common sense. Fuck out of here.
Facts.
No. See, because something me and this man have decided a long time ago. We now calling you out. We're not allowing you to hide under the rock or in the cave.
Fuck all that.
The normalcy mask on and look, fade in the crowd with everybody else and laugh. I can't believe people believe that. No, you believe that. And we saw you.
I think it. Yeah.
Kept the fouls.
Facts.
Fuck
all
out
facts.
of here.
Obviously, some of these reactions are going to be very similar. The next person, like the shit in the footage, probably pales in comparison to what he's done to her in private. To be that bold to do that in a resort, just imagine that poor woman. Yeah. Somebody say it's not just Diddy. It's the number of people who knew for so long and just stood there and watched it happen.
Did nothing. Said nothing.
Did nothing.
Did nothing.
Right.
Now let's talk percentages for a minute. What percentage of the people that knew didn't say anything because they participated in some shit with him and telling on him is like telling themselves?
Yeah.
And what percentage of them were scared?
If I had to guess, and it's clearly just a guess because we don't know who knows.
Right.
It's only clear that someone had to know. I would honestly say, actually, let's get into this real quick. So I got smoke with both hosts of Higher Learning. We'll bring up Rachel right now because Rachel is a lawyer.
Yes, she is.
And they did an emergency recording after the video dropped, and I watched a good portion of it. And what I hate about the biggest thing I hate about Rachel's take about this is that I hate you so much. I'm not even clicking it. I know what you said. The biggest thing that I hate about Rachel's take on this thing is that she is helping spread the, at this point, disinformation that NDAs cover illegal activity. They do not.
They don't.
They do not. An NDA that is about illegal activity is unenforceable.
Yeah.
It's not how that works.
If me and SBJ went out here, murdered one of these motherfuckers, cut his body up, put him under the floorboards, and somebody witnessed it, and we like, oh, before you leave, you gotta sign this.
Right.
Guess what?
Might as well sign a blank piece of paper. And the reason I just mentioned it, but I'll expound. The reason I hate this is because she's a fucking lawyer.
Yeah.
If anybody should be trying to spread the reality of that misinformation, it should be a lawyer.
Well,
because
in her defense, Trump was the president.
Very true. Absolutely true. You're right. You're right about that. However, bruh, like, what are we doing? For you to use that as a part of your official take, that
which is embarrassing, by the way.
Yeah, it's like
it's embarrassing.
You talk about people, the Indian NDAs might have expired. Ma'am. Now, to be clear, she might be saying she's probably, honestly, because again, she's not stupid. Because here's the thing. She's not stupid. So what she's probably saying is these people signed the NDAs and they believe that they couldn't say anything. That's probably what she's saying, but you need to clarify that. Right. You need to clarify that so that the random person understands.
Right.
That that's not how that shit works.
You've been pardoned long enough at this point to understand. Well, your pardon will go out to people of varying levels of intelligence.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. You should be like, this is separate. This is separate. This makes me feel like you are one of those people, and there's nothing wrong with these people, but it makes me think that you're one of these people who chose their profession based on something other than the love of said.
A lot of people like that.
Yeah, because generally, someone who loves what they do will take pretty much every opportunity to clarify some type of misunderstanding that has to do with that thing.
Yeah.
The fact that she's just like, oh, the NDAs must have ran out. Like,
You know what? Something else. She's also not good at arguing.
Yes, that's true. Which is probably why she doesn't practice.
Yeah, and that to me is a key element.
Yeah.
To your point, because I used to date a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
She even told me, she went also because she loved to argue and debate, and that was part of her shit. So I'm gonna do this, right? So the fact that I watch her up there being very bad,
yeah, she's not good at arguing.
Very bad at that. Shows me that, like you said, a lot of this wasn't about the level of the profession,
right?
Anything like that.
It might have been a legacy thing, that type of thing. So, and again, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm gonna give you an example of somebody who I think absolutely loved the profession. Kamala Harris. And the reason I'm saying that is not now that she's vice president.
Right.
I'm talking about when she was in Congress.
Mm-hmm.
I have watched clips of her eviscerate up there. They came there for hearings and shit like that.
Right.
Eviscerate them with the surgical skill that any prosecutor is supposed to have. Like the shit that we saw on Perry Mason, y'all.
Right.
The shit that we saw on all these fucking court shows. Like, and I ain't talking about Judge Judy and none of that. Like, she's really good at that, which is why I always thought that she should have stayed her ass in Congress.
Sure.
That's what we need. That
right. We need that type of
We need that there. We didn't need her as vice president. But all right.
Right. Next one. This late stage Me Too movement going to tear through hip hop. Let's burn it all down.
Facts. Burn it down.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, hell yeah, burn this shit down.
Absolutely.
All of this shit was propped up on smoke and fucking mirrors. Matter of fact, I'm willing to expand this out. Music, Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
All this shit was propped up for years under smoke and mirrors. Public presentations of awful people who know how to present themselves in public, who have the ear of all the news media outlets. They can put an image of themselves out there that have us regular ham and eggers think, oh yeah, these are good people. Oh yeah, look, he's giving them to charity. Oh yeah, they doing this. It's all smoke and mirrors, folks, because some of them same motherfuckers who we saw, like, this person does a lot of good stuff for the blah, 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 knew about Diddy and said nothing. This everything from the infrastructure of what it is in the music industry, what it's always been in the music industry. One of the reasons Puffy is the way he is business-wise is because that's how he was taught. He came in, they were already doing that sort of shit. So when you see people rightfully complaining, this nigga took my money, this nigga ain't getting my money, blah, blah, blah. You know why he didn't? That's how he was taught when he came in the game, because that's how that game is.
Yep.
Burn it all down. Burn that shit down. The level of abuse that Cass went through. How many other people, period, men, women, whatever, have gone through that with various different motherfuckers in that industry, and it was kept hidden. Do you think the people that the bodyguards that would walk with Diddy don't know about his bullshit? You think the people that work with him, his personal assistants, all them shit, don't know about the bullshit? Of course they know about the bullshit, and motherfuckers ain't say shit. You think people at the record companies that he made deals with didn't know this shit? These motherfuckers go to the same parties, they talk to the same people. This is like a close-knit fucking community of people who, even if I don't know you well, we have crossed paths because this is the industry.
Right.
Burn it down. So no, you won't get no sympathy from me about motherfuckers talking about, but my dream was the rap. You can still rap. My dream was the sing. You can still sing. Fuck them. Nothing preventing you from do what you do. But this industry shit gotta go. Fuck it. Burn it down.
Your heroes includes our heroes.
Yes.
This isn't exclusive. Like, we enjoy a vast many of things. Bro, however, right is right.
Sam Jackson is still the GOAT, and I still say burn Hollywood down.
Facts.
Burn
and
it
if
down.
Sam Jackson came up with these type of allegations,
burn him
your
down.
own, bro.
You on your own.
That simple.
I am not going to be a bullet shield for debauched people. Fuck you. Look, I live my life a certain type of way. I ain't perfect. I live my life a certain type of way. There's a certain amount of expectation. James, to tell you, there are things that make me cringe. I don't fuck out of here with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am not going to be the bullet shield for motherfuckers doing this debauched bullshit, abusing people and violating people for no good fucking reason and shit. And I'm gonna sit up there like an asshole and be like, hey, but you know, guys, maybe there's some nuance to this. Fuck you. Get up out of here. And I don't care. Yes, I could have loved your movie. I could have loved your record. I could have loved all of the stuff that you do artistically. That's fine. But once I see you're that type of motherfucker, I'm not supporting you, and I'm not supporting that.
Yeah.
You're not getting no money from me.
It changes things. You've changed things. Yeah, like I don't at that point, like what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Facts, Mike.
Look, this right here.
All facts.
Facts.
That's how it goes. It's just how it should go.
This is how it should.
Matter of fact,
this is how it should be. This is how it should be.
How it should be.
I'll tell you something, at a certain point, those who do have some sort of notoriety, it could be massive, it could be a little in the community of fans, whatever. They have to hold themselves accountable.
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
And so do their fans.
You should be at a higher standard, not because people hold you to a higher standard.
Right.
But because people hold you to a higher standard.
Yes.
What I mean by that is not because of what their opinion is.
Yeah.
No, you should hold yourself at a higher standard because you don't have the same level of scrutiny that the average person would have.
Yes.
The people that are your fans, they would insulate you from this type of thing. Which is why you need to have a higher standard for yourself.
I love that you said that, because that is one of the major problems we have going on now with celebrity in today's day and time. These people can build fortresses around the people they like, so that outside criticism doesn't affect them like it should for the bullshit they do, because their fan base is very less critically thinking.
Oh yeah.
When it come to them, and they'll protect them. We see it with Nicki Minaj crew. We see it with all these fandoms that will put the wagons, circle the wagons around their favorite celebrity, and before you know it, this person now in this thought bubble. That's right. I ain't do nothing wrong. I can do anything I want. You guys don't realize what you're building when you do that,
nigga. You
don't realize what you're building when you do that. Shit crazy, bro. Shit crazy.
Facts. Next, the hotel complicit for hiding their footage for 8 years too. Nasty asses. And someone quote tweeted that and said, hotels that cater to the wealthy consider this part of the hospitality they provide to VIP guests, and they get paid very well for the service. I'd like to also add, Diddy paid for the footage. So this is not to absolve the hotel.
Yeah.
But there are people, I'll say it like this. And what I'm about to say isn't a blanket defense. However, it is absolutely possible that very few people that are officially connected to that hotel saw that video.
Yeah, because somebody,
it's absolutely possible.
Somebody with the power,
right,
to squash it from getting further than a few people.
Yep,
absolutely do that shit. But to me, this is also part of the system.
Yes,
also
100%.
We've seen this for years too, in especially in the music circles. We used to hear about it in the 80s and the 70s and 60s all the time. These fucking rock stars go to these hotels, they tear the hotel room down, get drunk, drugged, and all that other shit. Have all kinds of women coming in and out, and motherfuckers keep that shit quiet. You won't even see pictures a lot of the times from motherfuckers. They keep the paparazzi at bay, and it's hard for you to see anything, right?
Yeah,
it's an entire system that enables the bullshit. Because let's say like Cindy said, there's some shenanigans they get in that can be overlooked. It ain't hurting nobody.
Yeah.
That's something, whatever. The problem with this sort of thing, though, is that in these cases where they have a media blackout about the shit that took place, somewhere in there could be someone that was violated.
Yes, that part.
Now they're scared to say anything, because they know that the moment they open their mouth, there's going to be a legion of fans.
No, all facts.
Jumping in their shit.
And that's the thing.
And now with on the internet, social media, it's worse, because they find out what your page is, what your sets up. They go
to work. They go to work. But that's the thing. There are shenanigans that celebrities engage in that can be overlooked. However, in order for us to overlook them, you have to let us first look.
Right.
You have to let us look. Let us choose that. Let us decide what is going to be able to be overlooked and not overlooked.
Agreed.
That's where that media blackout that you talk about, it affects what should be the natural order of things.
The natural order. But this is why I always cringed when I heard consumers talk bad about cancel culture, like that's a new thing. Let me explain something to you. You are a consumer. You don't run no business. You don't make a product. You don't have a service.
Right.
So you rely on these merchants, service providers, to do the things for you that you do not do for yourself.
Yeah.
If you walk into any store, and as soon as you walk in there, the host at the door calls you a son of a bitch. And then as you walk further back in there, the motherfucking floor hasn't been mopped. So it's got all kinds of condensation on it. You slip, fall, you don't hurt nothing, but you embarrass yourself. Then you go there, give them the money for whatever it is you're trying to purchase, and the motherfuckers don't even count your change outright or whatever. It is within your right as a consumer to make a decision. I'm not fucking with this store anymore.
No, not even just within your right. It's what you're going to do.
It's what you're going to do, period. And guess what? Yeah. Nobody ever said, oh man, that's cancel culture. You got to get right. No, this shit applies also to musicians, actors, movie studios, all of this shit. Basically, if I have a bad experience with you that rises to the level, I don't like this shit no more, and I don't want to support you. That's a form of me canceling them for myself. And that's always been the case. But somehow what happened was politics got involved with the shit. And people with very unpopular viewpoints started spewing bullshit because the taboo on saying certain things in a polite society went away. Yeah. And then people saw that and went, yo, you on that? I'm not fucking with you no more. And then these motherfuckers built up as an instant device to defend themselves by saying, see, that's cancel culture. They're always trying to cancel somebody for the minute that. No, as a consumer, I've always had the right to say, fuck you and your product.
Yeah.
Fuck you and your restaurant.
Yeah.
That's how they got things twisted. And what this does is, every time y'all do that, y'all help. You know how Trump talking about build the wall? Y'all build the wall more and more and more and more, where motherfuckers can hide behind that shit. They can hide behind that wall. Y'all build. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I know I did some fuck shit, but you know, if you don't fuck with me no more, that's cancel culture. Damn. I guess I gotta fuck with them.
Yeah.
I guess I gotta keep them on my timeline, even though the only time he or she ever says anything to me is to come up here and disagree and start an argument.
Yeah.
Well, if I get them out my timeline. Oh man, see that's your weakness, man. You owe them a debate. I don't owe you shit. I don't owe you shit.
Thanks.
I will give you shit and push you in it. I don't owe you shit. But that's what that dumbass mentality, when taken too far, leads to this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's annoying and it's ridiculous.
It's absurd, bro.
Yeah, bro. Next up, just shoot that nigga. He did everything they said he did.
He did everything they said he did.
I can't. No commentary.
That's why I like when you started this off reading the complaint.
Yeah. Because
the reality is, everything she said this nigga did, there's now video footage.
The only thing that we don't see is the initial punch.
That's it.
Because there wasn't the camera in
and we can't see her eye.
Right.
Because of the view, the camera angle.
Yeah. Everything else in that part of that allegation is on that goddamn. And more, actually.
More.
Because there are things in that video that she did not mention.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, we're talking about the same shit that you motherfuckers was running around here saying this is the whole thing. People gotta find a balance, because there's a balance between not jumping out there for every accusation that's thrown and also not denigrating the person making the accusation.
I'm glad you said that.
There's a balance.
Someone said, hopefully you didn't need to see the video of Puff beating up Cassie to believe her or to realize that Puff ain't shit. But after seeing the video, that should let you know that the things that are being alleged about Puff are probably true. I want to address this because this is another point that Rachel made in that video that I disagreed with. I don't know if she just said it wrong, but how it came out and how it sounded to me was she has an issue that there are people who needed to see the video in order to fully believe Cassie. Wow. Those are the words she said. In order to fully believe her. You're a fucking lawyer.
You know
that is not how that
works. Better than this. You know better than this.
And I'm happy because, like I said, as much as I do speaking of Van and Good Graces, I have often mentioned that they aren't generally good at countering the other argument. This time he got that right. He said, yes, you can have heard the allegations and believed that Diddy did what he was alleged of doing. However, proof is proof.
Yeah.
Allegations are not proof.
Right.
Proof is proof.
He shouldn't have.
We did an entire right. We did 2 episodes on this already.
Yeah.
I have explained in detail, and I will do it again. I don't remember if this is the name of one of the episodes or just one of the things I kept repeating during the episode. Where there's fire, there's smoke.
Yep.
When this shit came out, we both said we believe he did the shit.
Yeah.
However,
we don't know if he did the shit.
We don't know. We still used our allegedlys.
Yep.
This ain't alleged.
Nah.
We saw the video footage.
Yeah.
Now I saw a couple articles that were still saying alleged, and at first my initial guttural response was to be like, "Fuck them." However, I do understand why. And the reason why is because, well, yes, legally, but why legally? You still feel you have a need because technically, it's not clear that that's Cassie. Technically,
hard to see a face.
It's hard to see a face.
Hard to see a face.
But
that's Cassie.
We know that's Cassie.
Listen,
right?
That's Cassie.
we know that's Cassie.
It's this balance again that I am not sure as to how to deal with some of it because we as humans we build structures in order to enact certain functions.
Yes.
So when it comes to legality, humans have built legal systems, put in place judges, prosecutors, defense lawyers, people that enforce the law. We did all of those things.
Right.
Under the idea that a civilization should function by rule of law. However, we know that in nature, which really supersedes, was before, will be after humanity.
Yeah.
Those laws don't apply.
Correct.
So, in a lot of ways, having that balance to say, hey, look, he didn't go to court yet. A judge didn't proclaim him as, or a jury didn't proclaim him as guilty. So I have to say alleged, this, that,
right.
That's one thing. When you see I really have no problem with that most of the time.
Right.
Except for these times.
Yes.
Where there's video.
When we get actual evidence.
Right. So because we humans decided to put a system in place to determine if someone is guilty, I can't see this video or see this nigga sock her out.
And the thing about that is, I can't believe I'm about to defend the justice system. The thing about that is, good faith actors will explain to you that our legal system is not about morality. Our legal system is supposed to be about fair understanding of the laws that we put in place.
Order.
It's not about morality. That is why that's why defense attorneys
go dumb hard.
Right. Even if they believe that the person did it, it's because of how we are interpreting the laws that we came up with.
And also, it's demanded upon us and the civilization to accept certain premises. Right? And that's one of the premises that the legal system this is why it's so hard to actually change the legal system and make it right.
Yeah.
But we are asked to accept certain premises as a given. This is a given. But like I said, there's man law, and then I consider nature to be a higher law. I consider our law to be like a buffer from natural law. It's a buffer,
right.
Because in natural law,
nigga,
I saw you.
Yeah.
Now, another reason we probably should really take advantage of this shit while we can, because we are entering an era where what you see in video not people actually
absolutely.
So at this point in time, I would like to say,
let's take advantage of it while we can.
Right.
Before that becomes commonplace.
The shit I've seen with the text to video, image prompt to video type shit that's coming down the pike that Google has, that OpenAI has, and if you know those two have it, I'm pretty sure Microsoft gonna have some shit, and it's gonna come a time when what you see ain't exactly what you got.
Thanks.
You know. So now, I'm just saying, it wasn't like that in 2016 when this shit took place.
No, that wasn't the case. Yeah, that wasn't the case.
We need to be. I saw the video, nigga. I can right now in 2024.
I can say he did that
still
shit.
Say I saw the video. I'm gonna get at you.
Yeah, thanks. Next up, the fact that there are men on this app laughing about a woman being hurt by a man is why women are choosing the bear.
Yo, you see how shit is cyclical?
It just
comes back around and connects.
So for those who don't understand the reference, there's a thing on social media that's been going pretty viral. It's a hypothetical exercise where it's asking a woman if they were lost in the forest, would they rather be lost in the forest with a man or a bear? Now, without a deep thought into it, the logical answer that a lot of people would say would be with a man. However, once you apply the slightest amount of scrutiny to that answer, you realize that no, the answer is you'd rather be in the woods with the bear.
No, it's funny
because there are a specific set of circumstances that would make that dangerous.
Bear attack you, right?
With the man, the number of circumstances that would lead to the man attacking you in some way, shape, or form, the sheer number is far greater.
Humans have fooled themselves.
Yeah,
I am convinced of this. Like, for anybody, and a lot of them took offense to the point where they start making counter memes. So the bear tears the woman up, and the guy walks by and says, "Well, you said you interviewed the bear." That little corny ass petty.
Yeah.
You can't see yourself, can you?
Clearly,
none of you can obviously see yourselves. Humans are the most dangerous animal on the planet. But we keep telling ourselves that we are intrinsically something that we're not. Through our movies, through all our different expressions of art, through even our law at times. We keep trying to convince ourselves we're the most dangerous animal on the planet.
Bar none.
So why wouldn't somebody say, "Hey man, I'll take the bear"? If I look at the stats of how many women get their fucking skull beat in by a bear or by a man.
Right.
I mean, we can make an argument, sure, sample size, but that doesn't change the experience.
Correct.
So when I saw a bunch of guys, by the way, the same guys laughing at what happened to Cass, or talking about it, trying to throw a criticism to Diddy, but still got a laugh in there and a little chuckle when they do the shit. Yeah, that shit bad, but them niggas. Niggas. That shit bad, but them niggas.
Those are the same ones that's mad about women choosing
the bear. Same ones mad about the woman choosing the bear.
Facts.
Same one.
It's
and that is one of the reasons why. Like, yo, every fucking day, we look out at the landscape and we go, what the fuck? The only thing I can speak to that is this culture is eroding, right?
Nigga.
It's eroding.
Oh, clearly. Without question. Let me see. So if what Cassie said happened, played out verbatim on the video, then it may do you some good to go back and reread what she accused that man of with some fresh eyes. Now, again, not the idea that everyone should have been able to read every single piece.
No,
but
I like the way they
to
said
look at the things that you saw before, revisit those.
Mm-hmm.
Revisit those now that we have some evidence. Because
yo?
It's not often that we get evidence like this, particularly before a trial happens.
Exactly.
Like after a trial happens, the video might come out. Yes.
How does that? I think people need to realize that you saying you were wrong increases your credibility.
Yep.
It doesn't take away from it.
Thanks.
Especially when something is as demonstrable as this. You look goofy trying to find an exit ramp to still be right.
Yeah.
You look goofy.
Yeah. All facts. That video Diddy is exactly why I ain't going full restorative justice, because I'm not interested in rehabilitating people like that. Excommunicate them from society for good.
Okay, so I gotta talk about that. I understand the anger. I'm thinking logistically though, how do you do that?
No, yeah, logistically, how you do that is what the other nigga said. Shoot Diddy.
Oh, well.
Shoot him. Yeah, get rid of
him. Never mind.
Yeah, just get rid of him. Like we saw. Listen, for what I'm about to say and anything similar, we have to understand that the court of public opinion is not the same thing as the court of law.
It's not. No, it's not.
When we first talked about this story, I said, I believe he did this shit.
Me too.
Now that I've seen video,
I know he did it.
I know he did it. Like, what are we talking about?
I know he did it.
And no, I'm not. And to be very clear, I'm not talking about him beating her ass in the hallway. I'm talking about all of it. Mm-hmm. I know he did it. Mm-hmm. Call it what you want. Now, for the semantic of us, no, I'm not saying that him doing that in the hallway and us seeing video of it is proof that he did all the other things that was. No, I'm not saying it's proof. I'm saying I know. Just like we knew the earth was flat, just like we knew that the universe was heliocentric, all that shit. Just like we knew all that other shit, I know he did all that shit in that lawsuit. So 100%.
So I would like to take this moment, right? To talk to Batman. Bats. A lot of people look up to you. A lot of people, despite some of the stuff that you do that I think is a little sus, view you as a hero. Heroes view you as a hero.
Yeah.
And to be sure, you have helped quite a bit of people. You have saved quite a bit of lives. I don't want to talk to you today about the lives you've saved. I want to talk to you about the lives you shouldn't have. You see, the Joker should have been dead.
Nigga.
You should have killed him. And your excuses make the air stink about why you didn't.
Bro.
See, he's killed thousands of people at this point. And you keep saying, oh, but if I kill him, then I become a this and that and that and that and that. So,
yeah.
So, for the greater good, sacrifice yourself. Get him the fuck up out of here. Every time you put him in Arkham Asylum, he gets the fuck out. All right, every time they can't hold him.
No,
They can't hold him. Now, why is this important? Because now we have the diddler.
yeah.
And earlier we were talking about the logistics, right? The logistics of saying you need to be away from society.
Right.
This is what we talking about right here, Bat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right here. The diddler is incorrigible. The diddler is what he is. That's a grown-ass man.
He's 54 now.
He's 54 years old who's been living a certain type of life for so long, a certain type of privilege for so long. He had in his bank account the keys to paradise, meaning you could be anywhere in the world you want to be. You could be doing anything you wanted to do. And you chose this.
Right.
You know how many people would love to have those resources to do that?
Nigga.
You know how many among us would love to live in a lighthouse just outside of Nassau? We can't afford to do it. And you could have did that shit. Matter of fact, you had enough money to pick any experience you want every year for the rest of your life. This year I'll live here. This year I'll live here. This year I'll live here. This year I'll do this. This year I'll do that. And you chose this with all those resources. You're no good for society.
No.
And the things that spawned you, they're no good for society.
Correct.
The things that told you this was good for you to do and you could do it, the people that enabled you, they're not good either. Those systems, they're not good either. The motherfucker's like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Damn. The motherfucker that went, damn, he just slapped shit out of her. I got it. You on your Kermit the Frog shit about that's none of my business. You on that shit, you're no good either. So logistics, be damned. Same way the Joker gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go. So Babs, I need for you to get on your shit. The diddler's out there. He even has a crime video. You know how the Joker make a crime video talk about I'm a man of my word.
Mm-hmm.
He even has that. Man, get the fuck out of here.
1000%. Next person says, and Cassie did everything y'all claim victims are supposed to do.
Right.
The fucking footage we just saw was her trying to escape him. This is exactly why we say abuse victims are oftentimes in more danger when they try to leave. The rage in his eyes was deadly. I ain't gonna go that far because I couldn't see his eyes.
I couldn't see his eyes, but I'm looking at his body language, the way he ran.
Yes.
Yo, he was an animal.
Right. 100%. Y'all posting that video and retweeting and not thinking about. Oh, okay. We finally got here. Y'all posting that video and retweeting it, not thinking about folks who have went through the same thing, have common sense today and empathy. So here's the thing about that. The official video starts with a trigger warning.
Yes.
The official video.
Yes.
So for those who are sharing the official video,
right,
I don't think that applies to.
I don't think so.
Also, for those who are showing a snippet, but there is something that effectively stands in as a trigger warning.
Right.
I don't think that counts to those people.
Yeah, same.
Now there are people who are just clipping out the abuse part.
Yep.
And just willy-nilly sharing that.
Yeah.
That's when I got a bit of an issue. Okay. Yeah, now you're going a bit too far.
Absolutely.
I feel like we don't need now, even though I gave a slight out to these people, I still feel like we don't need the video on the timeline.
Agreed.
What I sent to Chrissy, what I sent to Toon was not them looking at a timeline and there's the video. No, it was the link to the video.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with sending the link to the video,
right,
and warning people, or if it's the official link, it has the warning.
Right.
that this is what you are about to see. You can choose not to look at this, but this is, this is the information. I want to be very clear about that, because there are a lot of people talking about stop sharing the video, stop sharing.
No.
There's too much nuance there.
I think, listen, at a certain point, sometimes people do go too far with a lot of their pronouncements about, hey, we got to mitigate harm.
Right.
Listen, there are certain things we talked about before logistically. You can't stop people from sharing the video. They're going to share the video.
Yes.
So whether they choose to share the one with the warning or without the warning, like, I know you don't think the whole world is going to stop doing what the fuck they were doing.
Correct.
We don't do that for anything else. We don't do that for anything else. It's plenty of stuff that I see that's traumatizing to me. Like, man,
right?
Why y'all sharing this shit?
Right.
That doesn't stop somebody from doing it, and me getting on there doing shame. You shouldn't be. That ain't gonna. It's not
helpful.
It's not. It's what's more helpful to me is not to click on the link.
Yes.
What's more helpful to me is like, and to be fair, some of these social media platforms do have, once they catch up with it, they blur shit out and put one in there. Right. You click this, just know, it's got some shit in here that might fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only but so much a motherfucker can do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Anything that you're talking about that is an attempt to blanketly control humans,
I just don't see it.
It's idealism.
Yeah.
It's idealism. It doesn't really work that way.
There's certain ways that humans can be controlled. And then there's other ways where you have no control over it. Like, and I think this is one of the ways people are going to share this shit. The only way they could stop people from sharing that shit is if the social media sites start banning whole profiles. And y'all do realize how many people are on these social media sites, right?
Yeah.
Literally all they'd be doing.
Yes. 1000%. Diddy's an awful sick person. Women have told y'all for decades. They told y'all about Chris Brown, Russell Simmons, Dr. Dre, R. Kelly. Y'all gaslit them, put them on trial, required, quote, evidence that you still didn't believe, and silenced them. Y'all are guilty too. I mean, I can't.
Yeah, right.
Well said. Okay. Where's Slim Thug's ass at? He was one of those who was defending Diddy. I want to see Slim Thug. I want to see Charlamagne the Fraud. I want to see so many people.
Okay, so Slim Thug did come out with an apology, but I didn't like it.
Okay.
So he said,
what he say?
What he say? So what he said basically was he apologized. He said he was wrong. She was right. Fuck Diddy. Blah blah blah. This that and other. But then and that's fine. But then he was like, but I'm always going to defend the set. So basically what you did is you said you're going to continue to do the harm. Because that you're going to always be apologizing. Then, right. And at a certain point, you refuse to find that there is a better way to express any misgivings you have than to denigrate the person making an accusation, because you don't know if this shit happened. You don't know if this shit happened. So there's a way to say that. And there's also something that we promote on this show all the time. You can always just shut the fuck up.
You can always. It's always. Who the fuck is checking for Slim Thug these days?
Nobody.
So, like, I don't understand. Like, whatever. So, okay, if Diddy was abusing Cassies like that in public, I know her life was a nightmare in private. Okay, same thing. It said that so many of you in media needed to see a video. Now, this is a different take. And this is from Kim Osario.
Okay.
So, if anybody's going to talk about media, she's absolutely one of the people that is qualified to do such.
Right.
It said that so many of you in media needed to see a video. I remember how you all reported on this when Cassie filed. Next time, read the complaint, interview the attorneys on both sides, and do your homework on domestic violence and the laws before you speak. That tweet is specifically towards journalists.
Because
that is absolutely how that's supposed to work.
Do your job. Bro, the shit that's crazy is
Ken Osario was Vibe magazine?
Yes, Vibe magazine.
Yeah.
This is the part that bugs me the fuck out, right? So what's happened, at least in my view, is that with this world we live in now, where a motherfucker can grab their camera, act like they're a news reporter, and upload to YouTube, get millions of followers, and don't obey a single rule of journalism.
Yeah.
There are basically a lot of hacks
that
will read it from off a website and just react to what they read off website, running around here claiming to be journalists.
Yes.
Or claiming to be news media. We just that and the third.
Yeah.
They did that shit, and I think it's ass. I've said it publicly. I think it's ass. I think it's ass when the battle rap media does that shit.
Yeah.
Right? How did you establish media types, establish journalists, allow your standards to drop just because these motherfucker standards drop?
Oh, I have the answer.
Do tell.
Trying to play catch up. Trying to play catch up because the people who do not have the burden of the
filtering
journalistic
and fact checking,
they can get the info out.
Mm-hmm.
What up, Discord?
What up, Discord?
They can just get it out. And I think because of capitalism, some of the people, the powers that be at some of these places were like, hey, listen, they're beating our ass out there. We need to catch up.
It's hard out here.
Yeah. We need to catch up. It's like, I get it. I understand that the trappings of capitalism, however, you have a job.
Bro, really? And this leads right into what I've been saying for years. The moment the news media became for profit, it fucked your system up.
Mm-hmm.
It fucks because here's the thing, right? Let's say it had never become for profit. Never.
Yeah.
And everything else happened exactly the way it happened. We got an internet, motherfuckers creating content, blah, 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 and they're getting to it. They're getting to the stories and putting the shit out there.
Facts.
That would not have hurt the news media because they weren't for profit anyway.
Correct.
And what would wind up happening is people like me, people like SBJ, people like many of the people watching this live, we would watch the other shit for entertainment.
Sure.
And we go to the legitimate media, which we have trust.
Yeah.
Because we know what they do.
Because it's effectively what we do now.
Yes.
When you see something like this, such all right, let me go check this other place.
That's it.
Make sure that they have
some legitimate outlets reporting on this.
Because breaking the story is breaking the story.
Right.
Breaking the story is cool. It's for the initial punch. But corroborating it.
Yes. And that's the thing.
What you should do before you start speaking.
Now, as much as we do this now, because we do it every time we see somebody, they say, who said what? Let me go check, see if it's being reported somewhere. Even though we do that, there is still a side of our brain that goes, I can barely trust these motherfuckers even. Imagine if that wasn't the hesitation. Imagine if that didn't exist in that way. Right? Just imagine that shit. If they still were not for profit and motherfuckers still went out and the Phil DeFrancos and all those people that do the media shit on that thing, imagine if we still could rely on them as old faithful and say, y'all said that, it's cute.
I'm glad you used DeFranco as an example because DeFranco is a journalist.
Wow, I didn't
doesn't stop. Yes, DeFranco is a journalist. He has sources. He has DeFranco, I believe. I don't remember verbatim, but I believe DeFranco's story is kind of close to a less problematic version of TMZ.
Yeah.
I believe when he first started, he wasn't really credentialed or anything like that, but eventually he got, and for whatever people want to say about TMZ, they are not the thing that they were when they started.
Sure.
They are not. You can still not like them. You can still say a lot of those things that they do may be considered tasteless. Absolutely. However, they are not what they used to be. They used to be full on tabloid.
Yeah.
They are not that anymore. They are a credible source of information.
Here's the thing about that, though, and this is something that I always try to tell people about accountability for your actions. If you spent a large percentage of your time doing the wrong thing, then decide to do the right thing, you got to eat the fact that people are looking at you crazy.
You got to deal with it.
You got to eat
which
it.
is why TMZ will always have that stain.
You always have that stain on it, bro.
They will always have that stain.
Imagine if the National Enquirer, next year decides excuse me, let me do this again. We is be a legitimate news organization.
Right.
Everyone's gonna go, really?
Right. Well, also, I want to be very clear. The reason that this change happened was not because they just automatically gained some type of journalistic integrity. No, it was lawsuits. Yeah. It was absolutely lawsuits.
To me, that's the system.
That's the system working.
Like, bro, that shit that happened to Fox.
Yeah.
That's the system finally working. See, when you have all this money, all these cameras, all these correspondents all over the world covering shit, it's probably a satellite up that motherfucker you got. When you have all of these things, you also have a responsibility. And if you don't live up to that responsibility and you run around telling all kinds of fucking lies or trying to skirt around the truth and all that other shit, you should be sued.
Because defamation and libel are things.
They are things. The fact that they weren't sued sooner is the system failing.
Yes, absolutely.
You're supposed to be sued.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, let some shit go out about your friendly neighborhood dead man on some new shit, and it's completely false. I'm about to have my Panama money.
Facts.
I'm suing the shit out you. So, and I got lawyers. Yeah. Excuse me, lawyers. Lawyers.
Right.
Play with me. Play stupid.
Another celebrity, Willie D, reacts to the footage of Diddy physically abusing Cassie and calls Diddy an insecure man. He also says he wouldn't be surprised if the police reopen the investigation into Kim Porter's death. Yeah, I mean, because there is no statute of limitation on murder. So, let me see. Somebody else said, Cassie described this exact beating in her lawsuit back in December. Listed the hotel location and everything. Diddy paid $50,000 for the tape, which he kept at his residence. Then the raid happened, and I believe that's why we're seeing it now.
Yeah, that's a reasonable, plausible sequence.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So somebody said, this is another rehash of a sentiment, but I'll read it because this can't be overstated.
Right.
Do you know how confident you have to be that you won't suffer any consequences to do that in a hotel? He's gotten away with so much.
Nigga.
Thanks.
Hold
somebody
on. Before you move on to the next one, that bears a little bit of talk about, because where did they get this confidence from?
Right.
Money, access. Now, I'm going to say this to you guys. And going forward, bear that in mind. When you hear shit about Elon, when you hear shit about Sam Altman from OpenAI, he's a billionaire too. When you hear shit about Jeff Bezos and hear shit about Russell Simmons and shit like that, and you're quick to go, but I'm a fan of those people. They wouldn't do stuff like that. When you do that, go back and revisit what we just said. Because all these people got money. All these people got access. So,
yeah,
a lot of entitlement comes with that shit. And if you listen, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you was garbage when you got the money,
hey, because good things don't only happen to good people.
Yeah. Discord asks, the Diddler's dad was mafia, right? I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know.
No idea. I don't know that much about that nigga life.
Yeah, I did. I thought he just hatched from an egg.
Because again, that's funny.
Problematic egg.
Shut up. Because again, I understand that Cortez, because specifically Cortez, I understand Cortez is from New York. Cortez is my age, if not a little bit older.
Right.
That's one of the reasons. On top of the fact that he raps nothing like Diddy, that's one of the reasons I'm so fucking confused about this. Because you're my age.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I liked some of the music he was responsible for, but him, I never looked at him as an artist like that. Like,
I think the perception for most of us, my generation and yours, which overlap, right, is that an artist who we got introduced to as a MC, a rapper, is viewed as that.
Right.
Somebody who was a producer where everybody else wrote their rhymes for them. We didn't hold them to the same standard.
No, they're in a different category.
Because we didn't see them as rappers.
Right.
So I never saw Diddy as a rapper. And that's why I don't understand why Cortez, who is a very good rapper.
Right. It's very weird to me. But anyway, somebody said also this is why that rapper saying that he's too famous to do something terrible to girls was a dumbass thing to say.
Cap. Hold up. Which rapper? Who?
We don't get to that later. Cassie handled things just fine. In those court documents, she gave specific dates, timestamps, and locations. So all it really took was the right media outlets to go and confirm those things, which kind of goes back to what Kim Osario said.
Yes.
All it took was the right media outlets to go and confirm those things, which can lead to a criminal investigation.
Remember when they used
Cassie's
to do that?
Direct involvement. Facts.
Remember when they used to do that? See, I don't think we can be hard enough on how news media has evolved. I think every criticism that has ever been lauded about them, they bought and paid for that shit. When you see motherfuckers watch some shit on TV and they got this thing in their head, and yes, I get that it's not the most critically thinking way of doing things, but the average human ain't that great at that shit either, right? So when they look at that shit and go, I don't believe it, because they be lying. I understand why they think that way. I understand why they feel that way. Y'all bought and paid for that perception.
Yeah, because like, all right, cool, but they're humans. humans falter. Like, I don't. Anyway, somebody, I didn't need to see that video to know Diddy is guilty, but I'm glad it's out to make all the supporters of him be quiet. Hate that Cassie is that. Well, yeah, they not all of them are being quiet. I hate that Cassie is now reliving this though. Hate it even happened to her. Wish it wasn't true for that reason alone. Sure.
I don't think this made her relive it. I think she relives that
every day. Yeah.
Regardless. When it wasn't out, when nobody saw the video.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's pretty much how I look at it too. Somebody said Diddy ruined Carisha's career just by association. For those who don't know who Carisha is, it's Young Miami. She's a rapper. So the person quote tweeted this with a screenshot of a Young Miami tweet that says, "If I wanted you to eat my pussy, Diddy would have had you on your knees." And the caption the person left is, "Carisha ruined Carisha's career by being a willing participant in that mess." Hey, nigga. Somebody said, y'all saying Cassie stayed with Diddy after all this. This man is a billionaire who also had somebody killed and who had another popular rapper's car blown up. He would have killed her.
And this is the thing about that, right? We literally saw her take a chance.
Bro.
See, y'all bother me because this man, as you stated, is a billionaire, has been involved in all sorts of violent shit that she knows about because she's with him. She done probably seen more shit than she done said. Some of you motherfuckers won't leave your job after the boss disrespects you.
Yeah.
And he don't have nowhere near that type of power over you that this motherfucker had over her. I need y'all to take several seats. In fact, a stadium, Shea Stadium. I always like Shea Stadium. Take Shea Stadium full of seats on that bullshit. Seriously. Like, shut the fuck up.
Somebody said, I don't know. Diddy might need to get shot. I mean, listen.
If that was my daughter. If that was my daughter.
Somebody else said a lot of these people ain't good people. They just happen to be talented and or rich.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I just started something really fucked up. And I hope it's not true. What if, in this simulation, the only way you get?
No, stop. Nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Look, there are very few dreams that I have left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody said, quote, put him in jail. It's crazy because my taxes are not going to fund that criminal. Boom him and save us the trouble.
That's hilarious.
I mean, listen.
You're spending my tax money on this,
it ain't taking y'all a lot to convince me that this is the way this needs to go. I'm just saying. Cassie declined to comment on the video. I hope she's somewhere surrounded by love because there's nothing worse than reliving that trauma with the world actually seeing a glimpse of what she went through. The only pushback I have about this is she did comment on the video in the lawsuit.
She did. Also,
she verbatim.
Also, I'm gonna take a different tack on that. It's not so much that the video is out and everybody's saying it and she reliving it again. Now she's also hearing people go, she was right.
Right.
If you don't think that helps,
that can be cathartic.
Yeah. Everybody is to watch the world.
Yeah.
See the villain that she always knew Diddy was.
Right.
That can be very cathartic.
Right.
So I don't know how long it's going to last.
Sure.
There are some fickle motherfuckers when it comes to
media,
news cycles and shit like that. But for this time period, one, she don't ever have to look at that video. She don't. Yeah. She can just see, click on that shit. But she can see all the comments of people going, shoot this nigga, lock this nigga up. Like, so,
anybody who even thought Diddy was innocent to begin with is a fucking idiot. That is a sentiment that I can get behind. Again, it's about proof being proof.
No, he said thought.
Right.
He said thought. He said anybody who didn't know. No, he said thought.
No, thought. Right. And again, we're on record. Where there's fire, there's
Let me tell you something, bro. One of the good things about the Black Culture Geeks podcast, other than it keeping alive the Saturday morning cartoon element,
facts,
is that we get the chronicle our take. You know what I'm saying? We get the chronicle our shit. So when a motherfucker go, oh yeah, it's real easy right now to say that. Go and look at episode 7.
Right. Just look back a little bit. The Saturday after this shit came out, go look at that.
Yeah, go look at that.
All the why didn't Cassie come forward earlier? Folk can further shut the fuck up. You see how that man was hitting her, kicking her, and dragging her in that video? You see how Diddy managed to suppress that footage for so long? Yeah. Coming forward would have scared the hell out of her. Facts.
Yo, and not just her, but family members. We don't know.
Nigga.
It was able to listen.
We don't know who she might have told. Who, because they understood the dynamics of the situation, didn't say anything because they knew that wouldn't help anything at the time.
Exactly. And let's call a spade a spade. I really got to know. Do y'all know what $1 billion is?
Bruh. And here's the thing. I'm glad you said that. Because one thing that this has provided me is proof of something I talked about when the Kendrick and Drake thing started. That Isaac Hayes III is an idiot.
Yes.
I didn't know much about him before this started, but there's a video of him talking about something. We're gonna get to that. But I want people to understand, because he pointed out, because fuck it, we don't have to hear his voice. He said something about there needs to be more Black billionaires because that's our path to redemption, not redemption, whatever, freedom or some bullshit like that. And somebody said to him, wasn't Diddy a billionaire? And his response was no. And that is factually correct. However, the point is Diddy has surpassed $800 million.
Yeah.
Do you understand, just like Tim was asking, do you understand how much $1 billion is? It's a lot of fucking money. If you we're not talking about fucking Forbes lists. When we say a billionaire, if you have surpassed $800 million in the net worth, yes, we're still calling you a billionaire. Like, what are we talking about?
I think this falls in line with my earlier question of motherfuckers not knowing what $1 billion is.
Right.
Like $800 million. $800 million. Y'all have no clue. Bro, this is the thing that's crazy. What I'm trying to say to you is if I had $800 million,
bro,
you wouldn't see any of my loved ones again.
Thanks.
They wouldn't have time for you.
Right.
Ever. And I count loved ones, blood and not blood.
Right, right.
You would never see, they wouldn't have time for you.
Nah.
Right?
It's a whole new world.
It's a whole new world. So the only reason you would see me and this nigga again is because we asked we'll do this show.
Oh, thanks. Absolutely. No, the Black Culture Keys will still be happening.
Yeah, we would still do this show because we're ass.
All thanks.
You know what I'm saying?
I like the way that this person did this better. A reminder that if you are sharing the video of that terrible man in Cassies, to please lead with a trigger warning.
Yeah.
There are survivors of domestic violence on our timeline. That is how you say that. That is how you say that. Not stop sharing the video. Yeah. Exactly. With Discord, this is exactly the point that we're making.
Yep.
This is exactly the point that we're making. Because once you get to the point of $800 million, the fucking billionaire title is semantic at that point. Like,
and I think too many people see this only in terms of fiat and not property.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
facts.
There is so much he could have done.
Yeah.
So much he could have done to anybody that crossed him.
Yep.
With that type of money, influence, and access.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's I like when people have these types of takes. Cassie already detailed what Diddy did to her, and yet somehow that video was still a shocker to my system. Yeah, absolutely. Because
and reading it,
yes, that's one thing.
You know what, bro? That video had no sound either.
Right.
Something. This is one of the arguments I have been making for years when I saw these pussy motherfuckers talking shit about hip hop and the violence in hip hop music. And I saw this happen again recently. Please miss me with your bullshit. Right. You have entire 2-hour films out here, sir.
Bruh.
Full of visual and audio of depictions of violence so extreme in some cases that it makes people either sick to their stomach at times or turn and wince when they say, woo!
Facts.
For you to sit here and say that somehow the rappers are going too far, right? With audio shit, when there's audio and visual of some of the you can find in some of these movies some of the worst shit depicted ever. Please miss me with that. It's something different intrinsically about video. You seeing it rather than you reading it or hearing about it.
Yeah.
It's different.
That man was accused of atrocious things, called Cassie a money-hungry liar, and tried to spin the spiritual rebrand just for CNN to release video of him doing one of the things he swore he didn't do.
Right.
Again, John Combs can go to hell expeditiously.
He didn't do that.
He
Bro,
swore.
He came out there and said, despite the fact that I paid this money,
right,
do not be deceived into thinking that I did this.
Right.
You lying sack of shit. You know what else hit different now? So when the police was looking for his monkey ass, that video of him pacing outside the airport,
nigga,
it hit different.
Nigga,
it hit different now.
Completely. Somebody said I'm not engaging with that video, but Diddy needs to be tied to 4 horses that run off in 4 different directions, and then the 5th horse needs to the 4th horse needs to stomp on whatever is left behind. I don't disagree. I don't object. I don't object.
Yourself, bro. Like at a certain point, think about this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I have to make this correction. I did see one battle rapper comment on this shit.
Who?
Past. Now that we have video of Puff being an abusive psychopath, I don't want to see none of y'all widows defend him.
Facts. Which is why my thing under there was like, you goofy little weirdos.
Facts.
Because they are goofy little weirdos, right?
Facts.
Yo, it's so crazy because you take a guy like Puff, they got all this money, all this influence. How did he get it? He got it through the music industry. There was a time when he was very visible. Very visible. When you get to a certain amount of money after being very visible like that, there are certain choices you need to make. Do I remain visible now that I am not at the peak of my music? Me as a person, me.
Right.
Not the people that I produce or my companies produce. Me. Now that I'm not, should I still remain this public? You could have chose to ride off in the sunset and let all your shit run automatically. You already got people in place to do all that shit and all of that.
Absolutely.
It's something about you that made you want to continue. It's ego. It's narcissism that made you still want to be a name. That's why you kept changing your name every so often just to get some attention and shit. Because the money wasn't enough. The funny thing about that is, for all the attention that you wanted and craved, you would have thought, in order for me to have this attention, I got to make sure I'm spotless.
Yeah.
I got to make sure I'm spotless because the fact that I crave this attention means people are going to be looking into my shit. Instead,
point of order, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Point of order, sir. What's the title of the episode?
Oh, Dumb Diddy. I Diddy.
Yes.
Yeah. So you not only chose poorly, but you thought you could really do something. And I don't blame you for thinking it, to be honest, and I'll sit back and think about it because other wealthy motherfuckers then got away with it for so long, right? But it just feels like that in this climate, something would have clicked in you and said, hey, Weinstein, Epstein, all these motherfuckers, Cosby, all these motherfuckers getting jammed up. I may need to clean my books. I need to clear my books. Cass, I'm so sorry. That shit I did was bullshit. Like I was on I'm going to therapy. Here's $15 million. Nigga. You know what I'm saying? You should have cleared your book. I will pay for your therapy. I'm horrible. I am a horrible. He ain't clear his books. He ain't clear his books at all.
What did he do? Give back masters that were worthless to his artists.
Yes.
Like what? You giving back a master for a song that was a hit in 1999?
And no one's still making money off
that. Nobody's
music isn't even being used in mechanical royalties by TV shows or commercials.
Right.
What do you want me to do with this shit?
Right. Like how's this helpful? Money? So do you know who Terrain Walker is?
Isn't that Texas Walker Ranger?
Shut the hell up. No? He says, last year when the Cassies v. Diddy lawsuit settled out of court, I said allegations are just that without evidence. Now it seems evidence has presented itself, but until there's a conviction, it's still allegations under the letter of the law.
What did I just say? What did I just say? This is a weird take that humans have unfortunately convinced ourselves that we dictate reality.
Right. Yo, and
reality, nigga.
The crazy thing is somebody quote tweeted him with a screenshot of another tweet he made from August that says, "Ain't it funny how waiting for the facts on celebrity allegations seems to depend on whether you're a stan of said celebrity?" Like, nigga, what are you talking about? Like, what? Okay, let's get in the van.
I don't typically get in the vans.
Shut up.
Oh, you mean? Oh.
So there was a young lady who called Van Lathan out. Mm-hmm. He says, I had a conversation with Van Lathan in 2019, told him about the Diddy abuse. He said he wouldn't touch it because that was his friend. Then he called Joe Budden to tell him where his baby mother was hiding from him.
Really?
Now, Van has responded directly. Van has not hidden from this. He has directly responded to this young lady. He says, let me just go to his page because he was active. He says, I've spoken. Okay. He said, I don't even know how to pronounce her name, which is why I haven't said it. This is why I haven't said her name. So I've spoken to her. I'll address both things in the order they are being brought up.
Okay.
Around 2018 to 2019, I was hosting a podcast called The Red Pill. Around that time, she came to me wanting to do 2 separate interviews. The first was with Gina Hun, a longtime lady friend of Diddy's. At this time, she had gone on Tasha K's platform and accused Diddy of abuse. I passed on the interview. I passed because honestly, it's not now, nor has it ever been my type of thing that I do. Also, my podcast was in partnership with TMZ. You cannot let someone come on that type of platform and just lob allegations. You're exposed to a lawsuit. If there's evidence, photos, video, that gives you more latitude. But I hadn't seen that. When I declined the interview, I mentioned that I'd known Diddy for around a year at that point. He'd been trying to get me to come work at Revolt. I had to tell her that because if she finds out later, that looks bad. Also, when I asked people around Diddy about what I heard, they said that I would have looked like a fool for doing the interview because she would 100% be next to him again. I want to make something clear. This had nothing to do with Cassie. The first time I'd heard any allegations about Cassie was the lawsuit. The first time I'd seen any evidence was the video today. The only time I'd ever in life heard of Diddy assaulting a woman was that one Tasha K interview in 9 years of being at TMZ. If I'm going to try to pronounce her name because I want to be clear who he's talking about, who he's referencing. Her name is Rocky, I believe. He says, if Rocky feels like she was trying to say something and I wasn't listening, I apologize. In my time at TMZ, I turned down so many interviews, stories, tell-alls, etc. It was like second nature. I watched the entire Tasha K interview and decided that interview wasn't for me. As far as me letting her know I had a relationship with him, I thought I had to. I might have communicated that in a way that didn't do me any favors. Some months after that, Rocky contacted me again to have Sin Santana come on the show. Sin and Joe had just broken up, and Rocky said she wanted to come on the show to discuss her music. I was thinking about doing it. To Rocky's credit, she communicated clearly that she wanted this interview to have nothing to do with their breakup. I couldn't see doing an interview and not asking about it. It wouldn't make any sense. Since I knew I had to ask about it, I hit Joe to let him know she would be on. The call didn't go great. At the end of it, I decided the interview wasn't for me. Too much drama. And once again, I'd have been chasing clicks. I was never told Sin was hiding from Joe. I was never told there were allegations of abuse in their relationship. I was never even told about the nature of their split. If the ex-spouse of anyone I know decides they want an interview with me, I'm definitely calling the person I know unless I'm told not to. That is a professional courtesy, unless I'm given information that it's a dangerous situation. Rocky says that by alerting Joe, I alerted him that they were in California for interviews, thus telling an allegedly abusive spouse where his baby mother was. Only I didn't know any of that. But once again, I'm sorry to have played any part in it. I should have just declined the interview and said nothing. Last thing, Rocky is a decent lady who had this industry show her its ass. She's been abandoned and kicked around like a lot of sisters have. I have no ill will towards her because of her tweet today, but it was not fair at all. I've done nothing to have my name connected to that video today. Nothing to have my name connected to sex trafficking. Nothing to having my name connected to drugging or assaulting women. I have never participated in or given cover to anyone I know to be doing that. Over the last 5 years, Rocky and I have talked here and there, and I was never even given an inkling that she felt this way about me. but it's an opportunity to reevaluate how you think you're showing up and how you actually are showing up.
So I think that's a good response. And he's right when he said he didn't do himself any favors in the way he answered that. Because
absolutely,
what it sounds like is Diddy's my friend, so I'm not gonna even if there's some legitimacy and validity to the shit. He's my friend. The other reason why I don't know that there's any statement he could have given.
Oh no.
Because at the end of the day, he's my friend has probably been the reasoning
there you go.
For a lot of the people that let that shit go down and nobody said anything. Nobody gave comfort to the person that was going through, or the people that was going through it. Y'all sat there like lemmings and allowed this overbearing, insecure monster to do what he did. Y'all still went to his white parties. Y'all still did all of the things. Like, for me, and I'm only speaking for myself, there were plenty of people who I dealt with who I shouldn't have dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment there was a line that was crossed, I was like, I can't be around that.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm questioning where that line is for people in that industry, because maybe, just maybe, for them, with all of the bot shit that happened there, their line gets pushed more and more and more and more because of the type of shit they're used to seeing. People didn't rationalize things and said, oh, you know how it is in this business. And motherfuckers took that rationalization and they ran with it. I got to tell you guys something. Even if you start out good, you can be turned.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And it can happen over the course of years where you don't even observe the change.
Yo, something that isn't at least adjacent to being structurally sound can't be compromised.
Yeah.
If you were already bad, you were already bad.
And this is the other part about that too. So typically fame and just being thought of as special, these are the things that can erode your moral center.
Well, hold on to that. Hold on to that, because Van made it worse. So that episode that I told you about that they put out, this is somebody's response to the
Fed's rebuttal about to be great.
Well, it's people saying that this was the Fed's rebuttal. It's people saying that the video getting the CNN was the Fed's rebuttal. So if that's all of the rebuttal they get, they win 3-0.
Yeah.
Like you can't, there's no way, you can't wiggle your way out of this. You can't Tootsie slide your way out of this anyway.
And Bell Biv to blow your way out of this.
Somebody replied to the statement I just read with, Van, you recorded a 45-minute emergency podcast today to publicly mourn the fall of your idol and speak on his healing. You showed very little concern for Cassie, but a whole lot of concern for Puff. You have knowingly stood beside abusers, and you should own that. Now, what I will say about this, what I will say about his take, because again, I didn't watch the whole thing. I didn't have time to watch the whole thing. From what I saw, I came away with a similar sentiment. Not verbatim the same sentiment, but I came away with a similar sentiment. There was a lot of, this is good for him, so because now he can heal type stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of that type stuff. There was a lot of, this is one of my idols. This is one of the close friends of mine. There was a lot of that. You're not helping.
You're gonna have to eat this. Listen. My rebuttal game crazy. Van, prioritize the victim.
Right.
This is something you would have said about anything else.
Yep.
But because this is your friend, you've been to white parties, you did whatever the case is, the connection is, you chose this time to lament his fall.
Yeah.
Like he really needs help. No, you know who needs help?
Right.
Cassie and all these other people this motherfucker then did this shit to. They need help. You should have been prioritizing that. So listen, what you do with your platform is what you do with your platform, but you are going to be held accountable in public, the space of public opinion. And here's the other thing about that: nothing you did or said was illegal. It don't need to be.
Yeah,
because we gonna hold you accountable for.
Oh, thanks. So,
and it goes to your credibility.
His response to this tweet was, "I said verbatim today that we should celebrate the downfall of Diddy." I didn't hear that. I believe I heard him say, "We're not celebrating the downfall."
That's right. That's right.
That's what I believe I heard him say in that video. And now, to be clear, he was not outright defending Diddy. That is not what happened.
I bet he wasn't. I bet he wasn't.
He even did go as far as to say, this is good because, you know, it means nobody else gets abused by him and all this stuff. He did. Again, this isn't a situation where he outright didn't think. I think what it is a blind spot that he might have.
It's a certain tone death.
Yeah.
But listen, be that as it may, I would have whatever you're commiserating over when it comes to Diddy, do that in public. I mean, private, sir.
Thanks.
Don't come on your platform after we see this shit. And by the way, how friendly were you to Diddy? I need to know this.
Right.
I need to know this because it is entirely possible for your friends to be up to some shit you have absolutely no idea of.
Yeah.
But because Diddy is very public in his celebrations, very public in his event throwing and shit like that. And one of the accusations that has been made about him is he be having them little F parties. You know what I'm saying? Like, how close of a friend, or was he just somebody who you would occasionally talk to, would talk to you on the phone? You would see him sometimes in person, but it was not in an environment where he could just carte blanche do debauched shit. So you basically saw him in public a lot, and you know, you talk on the phone. You may email each other, "Hey, you want to come to Revolt?" And do, you know, that sort of thing. Was he a friend because of opportunity, of the fact that, hey, this is somebody in the industry that I'm friendly with, and I could possibly potentially have a connection right here, or was he like me and SBJ?
Right.
What kind of a friend was he to you? Because I am of the mind that a lot of motherfuckers in his inner circle knew a lot of that shit. Simply because of how public he is with his shit. Like, that's what I think.
Someone else pointed out to his statement, "I didn't know you had to contact someone's significant other or spouse as a part of protocol for an interview. Where they do that at?" He responded, "I'm saying that if I know you, I wouldn't do an interview with your ex, your mother, your brother, your business partner, etc. without talking to you."
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. No, I get that. Because again, morality and humanity do not match one for one.
No, because humans are moral. But listen.
So we're not going to do. I think it's pretty clear that I'm willing to critique him.
Absolutely.
Okay. What we're not going to do is add some impossible, unrealistic moral standing.
Yeah. Nobody would listen.
Nobody. It's not realistic.
Anybody in this space, you would be considered a overly optimistic piece of shit.
Yeah.
To have a friend, someone that you recognize as your friend, they recognize you as their friend, and then have a family member on to talk about them without saying something to them. Like, no, that's not how friendships work. Yeah, by the way, SBJ, I'm about to have your mom on. She will talk about that time you wet your pants.
Right.
I was on the merry-go-round and shit.
It's weird. People don't do that.
Come on.
And the last thing about the van part is somebody responded to his statement saying, quote, "I was thinking about doing it," end quote. No, he wasn't. He pretended to accept Rocky's pitch to get Sin's location. Right. Info he'd never gotten nor needed if he hadn't played along. He'd been told clearly the angle he wanted to go in was off the table. Right. So what the fuck they talking about? His response was, where is it? His response was, "Yo, man, please, for the love of God, I swear on my father's soul, I was not trying to hurt that woman." So they're going to do a show Monday, and he said he's going to further address all of this Monday.
All right, he needs to do that. So GA says, a lot of dudes in that friend situation with rich folk really just scared to lose a potential bag by speaking out. More cow behavior. This is what I meant earlier about what type of friend was
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because in truth, just saying that somebody is your friend, there's a lot of connotation that could be gleaned from what type of friend you were. Let's call a spade, bro. Was he coming to your house, hanging around your kids?
Right.
Nah, B. Listen, see this nigga here? He been in my house. He ate dinner at my house. I've been in his house. I ate dinner at his house.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, what kind of...
It's a different type of...
just saying that that's my friend, that doesn't really...
A lot of people use friend a lot more loosely than they should.
Especially in the entertainment business.
Right.
Especially in the entertainment business.
Right. So, yeah, I'm interested in that because you brought it up. Why would you say that? What you mean by that?
What would you mean by a friend? Don't think that that's just a blanket thing you can put out there and we're not going to be critical. Right. We're not going to critically analyze what the fuck that means. Because we will. Like, the reality of the situation is it's a lot of people up there that would probably say the same thing, that it was the exact same type of friend to Diddy that you were.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Exact 100%. Same type of friend that would 100%. say, "Oh yeah, Diddy's my friend." That probably have the same amount of access to him that you did.
Yeah. Plies comes through with what type of time Plies on. And it's the craziest thing. Yo, listen to me clearly.
I would never
back in the day, when I heard Plies' music, I never would have extrapolated
never
to these current times where Plies is one of the most prescient and logical and morally clear celebrities that we have.
Plies is
what's it, baby? Plies?
You know what he's doing, right? He's in his national treasure era.
Right. Because he close.
Yeah.
He said these niggas have all this money, get these young chicks so they can control them. Then when the money and sex ain't enough to control them, they want to beat them.
Yeah.
He said something else too, but I gotta get to that because again, I didn't get a chance to organize. Somebody else said people need to move away from the notion that seeking compensation for harm committed against you that would also be a crime is bad. You should get money. Money would get you access to therapy and the ability to build a life on top of the ruins that the perpetrator created.
Hold up. Let's do a small, I ain't gonna say a deep dive, but a medium dive into this. This is 100% the truth.
100%.
Listen.
And on top of it being true, it's the way the system is set.
It's the way the system is set. Look, bro, listen, we're not doing this. And I got a hypothesis.
Yeah.
That the idea of somebody wanting money for the situation that took place to them being a bad thing comes from wealthy people that disseminate this narrative to the population through their access to media coverage and shit like that. Y'all motherfuckers running around here acting like that person should not be compensated for the hell and the trauma they went through. You're bugging. Moreover, if something happens to them as a result of the bullshit this motherfucker pulled, their estate should be compensated. Because that person's no longer around to help feed, clothe, whatever, because of some shit you pulled, and now that person's dead or can no longer work. Their estate needs to be taken care of too. Normalize that.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about that other shit.
We live in a society, believe it or not, like it or not, care about it or not, The fact doesn't change. We live in a society. You have certain duties, right?
He said duty.
By going through the criminal trial, you are fulfilling your duty to the society.
Yeah.
By going through the civil trial, you are fulfilling your duty to your fellow civilian.
That you harmed.
They are separate.
Yeah.
For a reason.
Yeah.
That is how that works. That is how it's set up to work.
Yeah.
That is the system working.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. The idea that you should only be able to get one or the other shows that you have a lack of understanding of how civics works.
Also, y'all play a lot of games fast and loose with compensation.
Bruh.
Like y'all really do. Like, so y'all want to attach a form of morality without consequence.
Yeah.
I don't know of any form of morality that doesn't come with some sort of consequence for breaking the shit. Either in public perception, you getting your ass beat, going to jail, or having to spend money. Right. Let's talk about what money actually is to a society like this. It is literally the only way you can survive.
Facts.
So if somebody does something to you, they need to compensate for what they did to you, because whatever that shit is, it's so egregious that it potentially cost you money.
Yeah. That needs to be
recognized. And the time that they were doing this goofy ass shit to you, they're also compensating for that too. Time, trauma. Money is one of the key things in this society. If y'all didn't want it that way, you shouldn't have made it that way.
Thanks.
That's where we are. So if you violate, especially if you violate, and I chose not to fuck you up for it. If I chose to let you still keep your kneecaps,
you owe me even more.
You owe me money for the violation. You owe me money. Because if not, I'm gonna tell you what happens to a society where there's no accurate compensation for shit like that. That's when you start getting people take it in blood.
Yeah.
People start taking it in blood. There needs to be a mechanism to compensate people for the wrongdoings that people have done to them. Because if not, we taking it in blood.
Yeah. And then on top of that, I don't want to hear you being one of these people who does not respect the legal system talking about people shouldn't sue civically. What do you mean? That is the way that checks and balances, even though they do not work perfectly because we are human beings, they exist for a reason. That's another reason why you have civic and criminal cases for a check and balance. In some way, you have two opportunities to get this person to pay for what they have done. Metaphorically pay. Either they could go to jail or deal with this type of consequence, probation, community service, whatever, or pay some fucking money. Hopefully, both. But not always.
Ain't it funny how the same people who are speaking out against the legal system when it comes to civil shit and talk shit about the person that sued them are the same people saying, wait till the court say he guilty. Pick, please. Pick some consistency. Because y'all using he wasn't convicted or he hasn't had a trial yet. Y'all be hiding behind that to protect your faves. Right? Y'all be hiding about it. But then when this person, because at that point, it's all about legal, it's all about the law, it's all about this, that, third. And then this person sues them, which is also about the legal. Now you got your jaws tight about it. You talk about, you only wanted the money. You only wanted the money.
What does that mean? This is anyway. So somebody said me and Puff Daddy would have been fighting in that hole with like two niggas. Someone responds and says, no, the fuck you wouldn't have, because he was dragging her. And he's a man, and men are typically stronger than women. The difference between you and victims of abuse is not their heightened fragility or your wit. It's usually community. These takes are so crass. All right, so think about this video, right? Think about this video. She's running away from him. This nigga is chasing after her with nothing but a towel on. Look at the brutality that he was able to inflict upon her with one hand.
Right.
What do you think would have happened if she actually caused some type of pressure towards him?
Oh,
that towel be damned.
Yeah, he would have really went in then.
Right. So what the fuck are you talking? Like, this might be the take that pisses me off the most, because why do you assume that you would have? So your idea is you couldn't be. Yeah, it's a woman that said it. Oh. Why do you assume that you would have been okay in this situation? Like, there's a difference. I want to be very clear, because we do something that is similar to this to those who don't scrutinize well. Mm-hmm. There's a difference between your fight or flight instinct,
yes,
and things that you allow to happen. Those are not the same thing.
Right.
Your fight or flight instinct is what kicks in automatically. It is your physiology. It is your biology. It's not really much you can do to curb that.
Right.
When we do the thing that is surface level similar to it, we are saying that in a given situation, when someone made a choice to let something slide, we would have not let that thing slide.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not what this is.
Right. Right.
She didn't let anything slide. The whole idea of, and also, let's say you want to say, oh, well, she didn't fight back. That is a sign that this was not the first time that he's done something like this. Yeah. Because she probably has fought back.
I was thinking that
and
too.
He responded worse.
Yeah.
It did not help anything for her to fight back.
She has
learned, right. She has learned that when he does attack her, play dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because at some point, he will stop.
What
is wrong with you?
Well, I listen, bro. It's crazy because you obviously don't know how big Diddy is as his frame.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big dude.
Yeah.
I could 100% see a dude saying, "Man, I'm fighting this nigga."
Sure.
But you know damn well that's not how we typically have socialized women in our society. That's correct. Not how we have socialized. A clear example of this that I noticed as a teenager. The majority of the women I've seen, the way they hold their guards is different because they weren't trained or conditioned by society unless they had somebody that was on it, a father or uncle that was on it. Nah, hold your hands the right way. So the way they punch, they can harm their wrists. They do because the way they dish, because that's not what society prioritized for most of them. Right. Are there outliers? Absolutely.
I mean, there's proof of concept. The whole idea of a cat fight.
Yes.
That's proof of concept of what you just said.
The windmill with the
right.
That's socialization.
Right.
As boys, we were socialized different.
Yes.
So either an uncle or just trial and error, because you get in the fights and shit, right? You learn how to hold your shit. That doesn't make you Tyson. That doesn't make you a professional boxer, but just saying that there's certain like key elements to how you hold your guard that you learn because we're socialized different. Now, if you socialize women the same way we would, they'd be much better fighters just off the rip, but still be physically weaker because of biology.
Right.
Because of biology, right?
Yeah.
And no, we're not talking about every single woman on the face of earth. Yes, I know a woman that can bench you under the table. Yes, all right? But that's not the point.
No, yeah, that's facts. That's facts too.
Yeah. Yo,
But that actually still means your point.
Yeah.
Because even though we were social, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You knew this take that I'm about to say was gonna come. Man, y'all on Diddy ass. What about Harvey Weinstein? Diddy be the listen, hold up. I want to make sure that before I continue this, I want to make sure that this is all a quote. I want to make sure this.
Yes, please.
This is all a quote.
Nobody clipping.
Yeah, this is all a quote.
Keep saying it, and I'll say quote.
Right.
But,
Quote, man, y'all know Diddy is. What about
Quote.
Harvey Weinstein?
Quote.
Diddy beat a bitch, okay?
Quote.
Harvey was raping and sexually
Quote.
assaulting several women.
Quote.
Nigga case got overturned. Why wasn't nobody outraged? Fuck Diddy. Harvey a demon. End quote. Now.
So now try to clip that now. Try to clip that
now. I hate you niggas for several reasons. One of the main ones though is choose ignorance.
Yeah.
You choose ignorance.
Yeah.
He said Harvey's case got overturned. Do you know that Harvey Weinstein is still serving 16 years in jail? Now, what you said is true. A case got overturned, but a case got overturned. There may have been more than one that got overturned. Yeah. However, he's still currently serving. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
This is why I said some of these people, they're monsters themselves. They're not defending their faves. They're defending the principle that I should be allowed to get away with abuse, and someone should always be available to stick up for my point of view, even though I committed abuse. Some of these people are defending themselves.
Yes. I don't think this is the case here. I think this nigga is just dumb, because listen to some of these responses. Someone said to him, Harvey is in prison. Mm-hmm. His response was, that nigga ain't going to no prison.
He's already in. Okay. All right.
Somebody said, I'm disappointed in you. He said, fuck both of them. If you and others don't understand, I'm scolding both of them guys what to say, because what I say that disappointed you. Somebody else said, Harvey's been in jail. He says, what about the victims whose case was overturned? What?
This is a case. This is an argument. This is a case for the argument. You shouldn't be engaging with everybody on social media, because people stupid as fuck. And sometimes you get into these little head-to-head combat situations with really dumb motherfuckers, and then by the third or fourth comment, you realize, why did I get? I wasted my time talking to this motherfucker.
Yeah. Thanks. Yo, somebody a different person. Somebody said, yo, so Dr. Fauci and them finally admitted for over 60 years they have been using taxpayers' money to fund a lab that creates diseases. And the very next business day, a video that they could have been dropped of Diddy comes out. Okay. Somebody quote tweeted this. Somebody quote tweeted this and said, I know somebody got to remind you to breathe.
My God. See, this is the shit that really fucking bothers me. This really scuffs my Timbs, because guys like this, it's not even just the ignorant shit they're saying. It's the confidence with which they say the shit.
Nigga.
It's so fucking annoying. You are dumber than dog nuts, and you're getting here on social media with this arrogance. This arrogantly saying this sort of shit and thinking you said something smart. Woo!
Yeah.
I just
let me see.
It's that year, yo.
Oh, they should let Cassies shoot Diddy on national television. Okay. Okay. I ain't mad at it. Somebody said, oh, okay. So somebody, I don't even know who this nigga is, but he got a blue check. He got like 70-something thousand followers, so he has some semblance of fame. He says, to all my young niggas out there, watch everything you do. Everything good or bad will come back to the surface. Nobody ain't worth your freedom or livelihood. Somebody quote tweeted him and said, it's crazy how you don't have to watch everything you do when you're doing the right things.
when it is natural for you. Oh, I'm not doing that. That's crazy. I'm not doing that.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna go do this because that's crazy. Yo, this is not about being perfect. At least anybody see this and think it's about people being perfect. Like some of this shit don't require you to be perfect not to do.
Yeah.
It don't require you not to be perfect to chase a woman through the hallway of a hotel, bash her brains in and throw vases and shit at her, drag her up the floor. It don't require you to be perfect. It don't require you to be a paragon of virtue. None of those things have I ever claimed to be. But guess what you will never find from my grown ass?
Bruh. Not once.
Come on, bro. Like,
not
what the
once.
fuck are we even talking about, man?
Yeah. Somebody said the way Diddy did all that shit in public with one hand and kept his towel from falling tells me this nigga is a pro abuser. Yeah.
Yo, expert.
Yeah.
Top tier.
Yeah. Facts. Oh man. She deleted her. She deleted it. Why did she delete her post? Did she make her profile private?
Maybe because maybe she was attracted by a bunch of motherfuckers.
No, she didn't make her profile. Okay, she said, I feel like Cassie's husband literally saved her life. The way Diddy was so bold to drag her down the hallway full of other rooms proves that he had no problem with beating her in front of others. Alex probably witnessed some disturbing things. That man saved her. God bless him. Now, there's pushback on that. This isn't that's not the.
I knew it was going to be some pushback on that.
Yeah, that's not the tweet that I was referencing. That's just another tweet that I didn't even know was hers.
Right.
He said there's pushback on that, talking about stop censoring men. The problem that I have with that is because it wasn't just stop censoring men. It was stop censoring men. She saved herself, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. The problem is we don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that.
We don't know what that man did to help get her out of whatever situation or to potentially stop her from going back to whatever. Like, we don't know that. So, like, it's one of those platitudes that in a vacuum makes sense, but this isn't a fucking vacuum. We have context.
They're both platitudes. Again, like you said, you don't know what he did or did not do.
Right.
And for us to even be trying to speculate on that part of it is
it's irrelevant. Crazy. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a waste of time.
How does that matter? If from your perspective, for these people you do not know, by the way, if from your perspective, your intention is to celebrate someone for a positive spin or outcome to this terrible situation, why can't we let people have that?
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Why can't we have? So anyway, that's not the tweet.
Of course,
the tweet was something about condemning Diddy, right? And someone reposted that tweet and posted a video of this same woman and Diddy together, and she was talking about how she looked up to him, she wanted to be like him, and blah 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 blah.
Okay,
this is not a gotcha.
No, it's not.
The reason this is not a gotcha is the video is obviously old, and it's entirely possible for people even now who are hypocritical. In fact, I encourage people that are hypercritical of now, if you were one of the people that did look up to Diddy and you're able to be hypercritical now, I encourage that. I encourage you to do that because there are a lot of fucking glizzy gobblers out here who won't say a damn thing correct
against what Diddy did or try to find some way to weasel out of him getting accountability.
Yeah.
Listen, it's entirely possible you could be wrong about people. Like, I've been wrong about numerous people, and especially people that's in the public eye where you see they have reached a certain level of success. It is natural for somebody to say, hey, I would like to do that too, blah, blah, blah. The problem ain't that. The problem is when that person that they looked up to gets caught in some bullshit, they're so caught up in looking up to that person that they can't be critical.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And to be clear, we are speaking to all of you glizzy gobbling bastards who are still defending Diddy even after this video or finding ways to undermine or cushion the blow of what that video was. We talking to your ass.
Yeah.
Y'all a bunch of punks, and I ain't never seen so many dudes simping for another dude in my life. At least not since Kevin Samuels.
Right.
Simping.
Right. Yeah, so somebody responded to Pass's tweet from earlier and said, well, y'all need to cancel y'all partners like y'all did Diddy. He responded. He said, I've done this several times, and it's the reason why I fell out with a good chunk of my social circle over the years. Not just the abusers themselves, but also the folks being defensive or even indifferent towards people in their community. This is the least we can do. Yo, I'm becoming a bigger fan of Pass by the day. Because, again, for superficial reasons like the Kendrick and Drake beef, and now for this type of thing, he is the only person, the only battle rapper that I've seen say anything about this Diddy thing.
It shouldn't be that difficult.
It should not.
That's what's sad about it to me. That's the part about it that really makes me look at these, because this is such a simple thing to be critical of, and you can't be. It does the opposite of what you think this is going to do for you.
Yeah. Because
since this is so simple, the fact that you won't be critical about this makes it us look at you deeper. Like, what is it with you that you can't condemn this? You can't condemn this man about this. What is it about your character now? Because think about it. The question I always ask for people that can't condemn this or try to find a way to weasel out, is the juice worth the squeeze?
Right.
All that work you're doing to defend this and to try to seem like, well, what about this? All that what about this and all that other shit, is it worth what you think you? Because all you're getting from me when I see this, somebody need to look into you.
Yeah. Facts.
Somebody need to check behind you.
I found Plaza of a tweet. He said, this ain't got nothing to do with trying to tear down the black man, but got everything to do with what's right and what's wrong. Yo, Plaza for president.
What did we say when we first started? This episode, what did we say about, from a black perspective, doesn't mean it's enough for you to be melanated?
Correct.
When we now, because of that, we co-signing your shit. We not co-signing the bullshit. We not doing it. We not doing it. If you're ignorant as fuck, if you're debauched as fuck, if you are undermining this community, if you are being just an overall bad person, we ain't co-signing that because you have melanin. Fuck out of here. Yeah, we want you gone out of the community. You are a threat to our community as well. Get the fuck out of here.
1,000%.
Don't want you here.
Somebody said, I believe Cassie before the video proof. And somebody responded to them and said, I did too. I got really worried that time she jumped out of a moving vehicle to get away from him. That's not something people do when they feel safe. Nigga.
They don't. Listen, some of you may have watched a lot of TV shows and think that jumping out of a vehicle is something very simple because your favorite Hollywood stuntman has done it 1,000,000 times and made it look that way. But as somebody who's had a family member do that and witnessed the amount of damage that can do to you, trust me, it takes a lot to get somebody to jump out of a moving vehicle to get the fuck away from somebody. That's bad. That's bad. That means that person is a fucking monster. That person is Freddy Krueger on your ass, and you're just trying to get out of that motherfucker. Bro, Mike says road rash. No, road rash. We're talking potential brain.
No, thanks.
Your head smashing against. Listen, I had a family member that had all of those things.
Yeah,
from jumping out of the moving
because of the way physics works, it does not work in your favor.
Oh,
to in any way have your body removed from the moving vehicle.
You keep moving, right? Like when you jump out of it, you don't just
like
you keep moving.
Like fatalities from car crashes increase exponentially when there's an ejection involved.
Yes, because you're still moving. The momentum, you go through that windshield, you're still moving.
Yes. 100%. Yeah, no, it's not. And this is not something like I want it to be very clear. What Tim said at the beginning of this example is true, but what is also true is it's not like people don't understand some semblance of it.
Yes.
We're just extrapolating to show you the full But people understand that. And because people understand that, nobody in their right mind
it's no small
would
thing.
risk just jumping out of the car.
Right.
No, so there's a reason.
No small thing that
Right.
they chose to jump. Siobhan, good afternoon. There is no there is no legitimate reason you can say to me that on a whim somebody decides they're going to jump out of a moving vehicle.
Nobody in their right mind.
That's not how that works.
Nah.
You're jumping out that vehicle because the alternative is worse for you than staying in there.
Yep. Point blank. All right, I found the Isaac Hayes tweet. Again, I'm not going to play what he said.
Isaac Hayes, we're not talking about the legend. We talking about
yeah. No, Isaac Hayes III. He's the caption says, "It's taken us 400 years to get 10 black billionaires. Let's make 400 black billionaires in the next 10 years." That's enough. That's enough. I don't even have to go into detail.
Is that our goal? Is that our goal? That's our goal. So when they 1619, motherfucker stepped off the boat.
That's
they
funny.
said, "God damn it, this is fucked up." But guess what? We're gonna have billionaires. That's what you think our goal was? That's what
you know how many new billionaires there were this year?
How many?
In the world?
How many?
It was somewhere in the low hundreds, like 119 or some shit like that. Right?
How many people on the planet, just to bolster your point, how many people are on the planet, yo?
It's like 2,700 or something like that.
No, I mean total.
Oh, total 8 billion. 8 billion people. Only about 2,700 billionaires total, and only 119 or so new billionaires last year, and that was a record. So you think somehow we're going to have 400 new black billionaires in the next 10 years?
It is absurd, and this is, I be telling motherfuckers this all the time. Yo, black capitalism isn't going to save us.
No.
It's going to help.
Like, you think that's feasible?
Shit, but that's not going to. The idea that you think that was the goal. That was the goal of our people. All this, the struggle of our people was so that we can make billionaires. Is that what you think? Is that what the fuck you think? Like, you are fucking stupid. And see, this is what happens. This is what happens when you are conditioned in a consumeristic society where you think that is what we were fighting for, to become fucking billionaires. Motherfuckers was just trying not to get their fucking neck in a rope. Motherfuckers was just trying to be able to feed their family without the bullshit, move where they wanted to move at and still have a chance, just access. Because for all the people that's against cancel culture, they canceled our entire community. Canceled. No access. Fuck you. And they gave you a little bit of access for the last 54 years?
Yeah.
Like listen. The whole thing, the mentality of somebody that would write something like that we must defend billionaire Diddy because the goal for black people was to make more billionaires, when globally there aren't a bunch of billionaires in any ethnic group.
No.
Any ethnic group.
Not at all. How do you...
What are you talking about?
Like, how do you square that circle? Like, what do you...
Bro, it's motherfuckers in our homeland just trying to get their land back.
Yeah.
Trying to get the vestiges of whatever is left of a system of civilization over there back in their hands.
Yeah.
You sitting over this motherfucker yelling about that. Shut the fuck up. Motherfucker. Yo, I gotta get away. I gotta get away.
Yo, this nigga sound like a black Republican.
He probably is.
Like, the catchy flip of words.
Yeah,
it's taken us 400 years to get 10. Let's make 410.
You did. You absolutely did, GA. You absolutely did. You absolutely did. I gotta get the my God. This is what I mean by when I say the culture here is eroding.
Yeah.
Right? And it's what's shameful about it a lot too is we legitimately live in an information age. I was just talking about the other day, me and Graydon was talking about the other day, how intelligence is getting cheaper and cheaper, meaning access to knowledge is getting cheaper and cheaper. The fact that you can find some fucking AI chatbot somewhere that's trained on so much data that you could ask questions about a lot of shit that it would have took you a lot longer to find it. Just Google searching is it shows you that intelligence, knowledge, information is becoming cheaper and y'all becoming stupider. So now we know that wasn't what it was.
Yeah.
We thought that, oh yeah, with the access to more information, blah, 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 people get smarter. No, turns out that ain't what it is, Chief.
Right.
That ain't what it is. Because what consequences that make if you don't value intelligence? You can have all the information you want, but if you don't value that shit, you're not going to seek it as a solution to any problem you have. In fact, what I've said on numerous occasions is I value my credibility over my opinion.
Absolutely.
For that very reason. Some of you, that's not the case. You think your opinion should be, the fact that you have one is special. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck you and your opinion. The fact that you have one doesn't mean anything if it's not moored in reality and facts.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean shit.
Facts. All right. A couple things I want to do. I want to switch over to there's a little more fallout from the Kendrick Drake thing. I want to speed run that real quick. So let me go ahead and switch. There's no reason to change the banner from last week.
And I realized I'm not a Crip, so
yeah, it's the whole thing. Kendrick Lamar's song "Not Like Us" officially breaks the all-time record for biggest streaming day for a hip-hop song in global Spotify history. The song that it beat, Drake. It was a Drake song. It was a Drake song.
Still,
yeah, it was a Drake song. Kendrick Lamar. This was as of May 11th. Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us" has now sold over 500,000 units in the U.S. Fastest 2024 song to reach this milestone, which was under 5 days.
It's funny it worked right because you see how that's the big stat is 500,000. When we was growing up, and the industry was different. The delivery system of the product was different. 5,000 was cool, but that's just gold. That's gold.
Yeah.
Niggas wanted $1 million because it's platinum, right?
Right.
It's just funny how shit changed now. Like what we consider to be good now because of the delivery system of it. No one's buying CD.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us" breaks the record for most song streams in a week for any rapper. 81.2 million. Who did he beat? Drake.
So he's still winning.
Yeah, he's still winning. Most streamed songs ever in a single week by rappers on Spotify. Number 1, "Not Like Us." Number 2, Drake. "In My Feelings." Number 3, Drake. Number 6, Kendrick. Number 7, Kendrick. Blah 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 blah. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, Drake. 19, Drake. I mean, not Drake, Kendrick. So, again, this goes back to the point that I was making last week about y'all having this weird thought about Kendrick Lamar being some indie artist that doesn't.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's not what happened. It's not what happened. Let me see. Where we at? Okay. No, still not. There's just a lot. Okay, I did that one. Now this one. Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us" has officially debuted number 1 on the Hot 100 and is breaking records. First ever rap song and debut number 1 without a full week of tracking. Biggest streaming day ever for a rap song on Spotify. Biggest streaming week ever for a rap song on Spotify. There's a couple more.
He's still whooping your.
He's still whooping your ass.
What this is referred to as the aftermath of an ass whipping. So
yes.
For those of you who have never been in a fight before, the aftermath.
No, that's funny.
The aftermath of a severe ass whipping is not just the embarrassment of the people that saw you get your ass whipped. There are physical elements that also come behind an ass whipping. An ass whipping has your body is sore.
Yeah, facts. Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us" becomes the fastest rap song ever to surpass 100 million streams on Spotify, just 9 days. The record it broke was I guess.
Oh,
Drake.
Brand Nubian. Oh no, really? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Let me see. Blah blah blah. Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us broke the record for most streams in a week for any song in the U.S. Not just rap, any song.
What?
In the U.S. this decade.
Calling academics, Jerry, yo. Hey, yo, I know
that's funny. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us broke the record for most streams in a week for any song in the U.S. this decade, with 96 million streams in its first 7 days. It dethroned not Drake this time. It dethroned Cardi B and Taylor Swift. So
damn.
Again, this small indie artist, he's doing amazing things.
Yeah, he's not. See, and you know what? That another narrative falling by the wayside. Yeah. Another narrative falling by the wayside. Like everything he touched turned to shit. Everything he said turned out to not be true. And then we start seeing a lot of things that was said about him. Turning out to be some validity to it.
More people coping. Somebody said, "Not Like Us" is peak hip hop in 2024. I'm changing genres because it might be one of the worst songs I've ever heard. And the quote tweet is, "We've reached the point where everyone starts calling the song trash. It's like clockwork with anything popular on this app." Let me see. Kendrick Lamar's Euphoria has now surpassed 100 million streams. That's not even the song we were just talking about, ladies and gentlemen. To be clear, it's a different song from this session. It has now passed 100 million streams on Spotify. It becomes the 4th fastest rap song ever to achieve this milestone.
Yo, back to that dude that said that this is what it is. Then again, I'll say this once again for those that maybe didn't hear it last week because they wasn't on the show last week. This is the hat. This is the time. This is the song that you lay claim to. Shit is dead.
Right.
When years ago, when you motherfuckers stopped rapping, y'all stopped rapping and started doing something. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it wasn't rap.
Yeah.
And the audience was good with it and said, fine, okay, let me do my dance.
Somebody else.
Down, you're saying that because Kendrick beat your boy.
Basically.
Now it's fuck out of here.
Yeah, basically. Somebody else coping. The crazy thing is Kendrick didn't win the lyricism bars battle. Kendrick moved calculated and strategically, which was the difference. The content-wise, Drake had better songs. And somebody quote tweeted and say, "I'm gonna keep telling this lie until somebody believe you, huh?" Yeah,
they're gonna keep doing that. And here's the thing that's crazy about it. So we're talking in this case preference. The majority of people don't agree with you. So you can sit here all day long and act like you just said something knowledgeable that's demonstrable and can be verified, but you did not. That is preference, sir. And with a lot of other preferences, there are things other than the elements of the song that form a preference. For instance, you being in love with Drake is the reason why you refuse to acknowledge the fact that he got his ass beat.
Yeah,
bro, right here.
Facts.
Right here. Right.
Right here. So OVO is sending TikTok creators cease and desist letters for breaking down Drake's lyrics. Because what has happened is because one of the things that's come from this is that people are going back to listen to some Drake bars and they are retroactively applying the whole pedophile thing to some bars that he's.
Let's not act brand new. We did this with R. Kelly too. Let's not
act for everybody.
Let's not act brand new. All right.
Somebody said that Drake was in a lose-lose situation narrative is loser talk. That nigga wanted smoke and found out he was asthmatic. Yo, and the quote tweet is actually a quote. You think you want to let this shit die down? Nah. You following through? I mean,
yo, you know what that has turned into? The nah. That shit has turned into basically a new era's somebody asking somebody to go outside to fight.
Facts.
And getting their ass whipped when they go out there. We can take this outside. And then they go outside, they get their ass beat. That's what this turned into.
Yo, side note, I gotta read this one. This has nothing to do with Kendrick Lamar and Drake, but it's another thing we talked about. So this woman It says, yo, that Magical Negro movie is on Peacock. Should I? I'm going to hit play. It can't be that bad. She quote tweeted herself and said, I want everyone involved in this project charged with a felony.
I knew it. We knew it. We said it from day fucking one. This is not going to end well. We said it.
Yeah, come on now. They got somebody asked Lil Boat about the beef, and basically he said he told Drake that he didn't feel like he won or lost. Somebody was like, I've seen enough fights in my life to know what it means when you tell somebody that you don't think they won or lost.
All right, so I'm gonna say this for anybody that's confused. When the entire globe is laughing at your crew by saying OV hoes,
right?
You lost.
Oh yeah, no, it's over.
You lost.
It's cool. It's all right. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be all right. Like, this isn't the good old days.
Drake fans, you didn't lose. He did.
No, right.
He did.
Facts.
Stop it.
Facts. Yes, you didn't lose. He's still going to put out your bops for you. You still going to get your songs.
Now, what I did here, though, there's some behind-the-scenes shit going on because public perception means everything when you're a public figure.
Oh, facts. Yeah.
And trying to right now, nobody want to hear nothing from him. He has to wait.
Yeah.
I know somebody
probably hold off on that.
Somebody else said know what he could do. Yo, put up another artist. Like, get another artist.
Well, it kind of fucked up at that because there was this whole thing.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Well, no, there was this whole thing with this guy named Forbets that people were saying like came out of nowhere because he had this one song that went mega viral and then he got signed to OVO, but it happened right before this beef started. Mm-hmm. So that kind of fucks everything up because you can't really do that.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
It's already fucking money. Like, think about it. When he battled Pusha T fucking money for him too.
Yeah.
All the perception matters, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It was to the point after the Pusha T battle, it was to the point where people were legitimately talking about whether or not Drake's next album would do well.
Well, like, yeah, because you couldn't just drop. See, I heard people saying this too. Well, what he needed to do is just go back to dropping some dope music. I don't disagree completely.
Yeah,
but you gotta wait.
Right.
You gotta wait because right now the public perception is about clowning you.
Yeah.
And we saw what the numbers of the shit you released in this battle did.
Yeah.
We saw the dislikes on the shit. What I'm saying to you is the way people receive music does a lot of times have to do with how they see you as an artist, especially when you've been around for a long time. If you was some new guy that we never heard of and you dropped some shit and it was dope and fire, people say, oh, it's fine. But now there's context to who you are as an artist and your music, whether you like it or not. Kendrick is one of the people that helped to frame the new context around your music and around who you are. You have to wait, bro. Sit this out. You're gonna be all right.
Or just be happy with whatever comes back.
I agree.
Like, you could not wait. You could go right now, but just be happy with whatever comes back. Like, understand that there's a potential that you're not going to reach your full potential commercially.
And here's another thing with that too. You not reaching your full potential of that. Trust me when I tell you, people are monitoring it right now.
Well, yeah, no, because the problem is that is your superpower.
That's your superpower. So
that is your superpower.
When it looks like you can no longer stick to walls,
right?
When it looks like that you can't now anticipate a punch coming, you've lost your.
That might cause more damage.
Might cause more damage, especially because we live in social media content creating space where people are observing. They're going to go, okay, Drake just dropped a new project. Now we know what he just went through with Kendrick. Let's see what it does. And they're going to highlight the fact that you didn't do as well as you typically do. And then they're going to say, Kendrick did that to you.
Yeah. Facts.
Kendrick did that to you.
No matter if that's true or not. That's what they're going to say.
That's what they're going to say.
That's what they're going to say. Somebody with media credentials, as in literal credentials, like the ability to go backstage and stuff like that. Like at a concert, she was at the Dreamville Fest, and she alleges that Drake was at the show where J. Cole apologized, and he was supposed to come out and perform with J. Cole, but he left 30 minutes before J. Cole hit the stage. No, before.
Before the apology. Oh. Why you do
she's
that?
basically saying Cole told him like that he was going to apologize, and apparently Drake threw a fit and left.
Wow. Again, I know what Drake thought. We gonna jump this nigga.
Yep. Here goes this narrative. Drake's diss tracks currently account for 43.8% of Kendrick Lamar's daily Spotify streams. And someone uses that to try to say, yeah, that's the only reason that Kendrick Lamar went number one is because he was dissing Drake. Now let's talk about why that's not true. Again, I've already went over
facts.
The commercial success that Kendrick Lamar's had.
Look like the Ghost of Christmas Future.
That's funny. We've already talked about the commercial success that Kendrick Lamar has had in his career. Like,
yes. So let's kill all of that. He only went number one because of Drake. That nigga's been number one. But
did Meek go number one?
Uh-oh.
Did Pusha T go number one?
Wait, what? Huh?
Did Joe Budden go number one?
Budden had it. He didn't know.
No. So
maybe it was a different.
Wait, hold up. I got a good one. Did Drake go number one? During this, at any point during this situation,
back to back. Didn't back to back go?
No. During this.
Oh, this one. No.
Did Drake go number one?
No, he didn't.
So if my success is attributed to talking about you, why didn't you?
Yeah, you were talking too. Why didn't you get the same? Because it's Cap. And here's the thing: this is not to besmirch Meek, Pusha, or Joe.
No. Not at all.
What we're talking about is a different tier of artists.
Absolutely.
Kendrick is on that tier to be able to talk to you, nigga.
Facts. The problem with all the beefs prior to this, the ones where he did good in and the ones where he didn't do good in, the problem with all of them before this is that nobody that he was actually going up against was really on his level commercially.
That's what it is, bro. That's what it was.
Kendrick. I haven't done this math. If I do any more content surrounding this, including whether we do another episode that has this is a small topic or whatever, I'll do the math. Mm-hmm. I'm willing to, I ain't gonna say bet, but I'm almost willing to bet that if we look at averages, Kendrick is probably in that same league. Yeah. The reason he's not in that same league currently is because of sheer numbers. Like he does not put out the amount of music.
Projects. Yeah.
Let me
ask you this. So when
all facts, GA.
When Drake was dissing Kanye when they was going back and forth. Is Kanye the same type of tier that Drake is?
Yes. Kanye would be considered that, and I do not believe that anything. Matter of fact, prime example, Kanye put out a diss track during this whole thing.
He did.
Nobody's talking about this shit.
Nope.
So no. And I'm glad you said that. Not only did Kanye put out a diss track during this, and nobody's talking about it, but Kanye is absolutely in that tier of artistry as far as commercial is concerned. Yep. He just put out an album that went number one.
Right.
So, absolutely not. Right. Yeah. Let me see. That's funny. Let me see. I got a couple more. Oh, somebody pulled up one of Mal's old tweets.
Oh my!
From October 3rd, 2013. Of course, it had to be from October. OVO.
OVO.
So it says Kendrick gonna learn the hard way. Leave dude alone. Salute. And the quote tweet says, "Being around for a decade, gotta hurt. I see why he was having a fit." I mean,
listen to me. Listen. What did Drake learn?
I don't know.
I want to know.
I don't know that he learned.
That is because Mal made the opinion. It was of the opinion that Kendrick was going to learn something. Now, I am not going to say Kendrick didn't learn. I think Kendrick did learn a lot. He learned how glass your jaw was. He learned that you can put out all the songs and the music that you want, you can go to Atlanta, you can go to Jamaica, and you can take all the styles you want and collect all the style stones. You can go collect all the style stones.
Facts.
And then when the battle took place, you only used one.
Right.
Meanwhile, who actually had the style stones? It was Kendrick. So that scene in Endgame where he's looking up to snap and nothing happens, that's what happened.
That's what happened.
And when he turned around with Kendrick, he was like this. I am snap. Got your fuck out of here. Major difference. Ken didn't die afterwards. He absorbed all that energy.
Right. No, absolutely, GA. This is kind of the point that I'm making because
mine too, bro.
Kanye is still in that echelon.
And he didn't.
But he didn't do it.
No.
He didn't do it.
Kanye ain't do it. Push it. Do it. I'm going to.
So this one, somebody else coping. He deleted the tweet, so I can't say verbatim what it was, but he said something to the effect of, I thought they said Baca had a weird case. Turns out it was just sex trafficking. Now, wait, stop.
That's weirdo.
Wait, stop.
This is how we talking about, man.
I wonder if I can still see the response, the replies. Yes, I can. So the quote tweet was, "You don't find sex trafficking to be weird?" So in the comments, because I can't click on the original post, but in the comments, somebody was like, at some point, people have to realize that rap.
The motherfucker start with at some point.
Yo, matter of fact, this one. Some people have to realize. Oh, matter of fact, this is the guy. This is the guy who posted the original tweet. He said, "People, rap regularly esteemed being a pimp. I'm not surprised at all about this sort of defense." Somebody responded to him and said, "The only problem with that logic is he isn't some young impressionable kid, and even if he were, it still doesn't make it right. He is married and he is a father. That's not. I don't give a fuck what hip hop fucking extolled.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with real life?"
Yo, this is the thing that's so crazy to me because imagery is just that imagery. So when we see, let's take action star The Rock. Let's take The Rock, right? You see him in the movies and he's killing like 20 people with every fucking bullet and all this other shit. And he's lifting up entire RVs and tossing them bitches over rooftops and shit like that. We see that in the movie, go, that's entertaining. If he was to try to do any of that shit in real life, we'd go, you're weird.
Right. Yo,
you're
I found
weird.
It. Somebody screenshotted the original post. So I got it. This nigga said, "So, Baca Not Nice weird case is him trying to be a pimp. I thought it was for something weird." Somebody responded to him and said, "Dog, that's literally sex trafficking. He was forcing a woman to be a prostitute." His response was, he wasn't successful at it. The dude's response was, "You know you pled guilty, right?"
I'm gonna ask this again. Baca's got a weird case.
Why is he around?
Why is he around?
Like, bro, yo, GA, I said the same thing. Yo, so I was planning on doing a series of videos about this. I'm not doing that shit no more. I might just like next week on the show, I might just spit the rest of the shit that I wrote already. But one of the videos is going to be fact checking. Like I said, the way that I look at this fact checking, because we don't fucking know these people,
facts,
is just assume everybody's telling the truth and just discount the things that we know are lies. The things that we can demonstrably prove are lies. You take points off for those things. That's how I was doing it. So I took a point off for Kendrick when he said the fans aren't dumb. I said, no, Kendrick. No, Kendrick, I gotta take a point off for this one, my guy. You can prove.
I've been in hip hop a long time, right? A long time. I had Sugar Hill Gang's album. Well, actually, it was my brother's. Or a single. It was my brother's. He won it in a dance contest. Yeah, they was having dance contests back then, right? I've been in this shit a long time. I done seen a lot of disses. I done seen motherfuckers go back and forth. I done went back and forth with motherfuckers, both in public and in music. I gotta say, at no point ever do I ever recall any of these people that participated in battles doing fact checking, doing researching, doing
no. And that's why I said it the way that I said it, because like, yes, there are things that we probably could prove are true.
Yeah.
Like for instance, Bob's got a weird case. Why is he around? It's a fact. It's a fact. But again, there's going to be someone that, like this idiot. I thought he had a weird case. He was just trying to be a pimp. What the fuck is wrong with you? All right, fine. We're just going to talk about shit that we can prove is not true. Because clearly the people that I'm trying to talk to are not the ones
dumb. They're not the bro. It shit is listen. You know how many battle raps start with, or at some point in the midst of it, talk about Charlie Clips on which room I in. Charlie Clips ain't probably never been in none of them niggas' houses ever.
Facts, like ever. Right. What are we talking about? No, we know it's not true.
Guarantee you, Tay Rock ain't shot a motherfucker.
It's entertainment.
Guarantee it.
Yo, like Jay-Z said at the end of ignorant shit, it's only entertainment.
Right. Right here. Remember? Remember? Hustle?
Facts.
Talking about we gonna reveal the Tay Rock.
They battle, it never happened. Same thing with Mook. We got to tape with a nigga Fred. We never.
Where's that? Where's that?
Oh, I decided not to do it because no, nigga, it's not what happened. Another one, Not Like Us, has now sold over 1 million records in the U.S. That's hilarious, Discord.
This is funny.
Not Like Us has now sold 1 million units in the U.S. Fastest 2024 song to reach this milestone, 12 days, making it officially RIAA certified platinum.
Making Drake officially RIP.
Somebody else said Kendrick really terrorized hip hop for a week. Folks wasn't getting sleep, couldn't drop your song, your EP, your album. No man knew the day nor the hour. After Meet the Grams, I remember being on the phone with my homeboy, and we were like, done. We done. We don't want to hear nothing else. And then the next day, Kendrick dropped Not Like Us, and we immediately jumped off the phone to listen.
See, I mentioned this last week. You guys have no idea. Like, we literally had the war report happening.
Facts.
Facts. Not just the beef with the direct songs, but things people were saying about it. Other motherfuckers commenting.
Facts, yeah.
Like, yeah, it was, I agree. It was one of the greatest weeks in hip hop history.
These motherfucking old school motherfuckers can try to cry and act like no, 100%. This is the biggest, most monumental.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. The biggest, most monumental hip hop beef of all time. The only one the next one is Jay and Nas.
Yo, let me tell you something. You know how you know this was? In comic books, one of Odin's feats is when he was fighting the god Set. They say that this battle took place on every plane of existence. That's how big that shit was.
Facts.
That's what this battle was. Happened here. This battle took place on every plane of existence in entertainment and outside of entertainment. They were talking about it on the news. We're not doing this, yo. We're not doing this.
Different countries on the news, through dances.
Yeah.
People were playing instrumentals.
Yeah.
People were playing instruments over the instrumentals.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? This never happened before. Now,
Never.
Are we saying this is solely due to Kendrick and Drake? No, it's a
live
sign
in
of the times.
era, bro. Yeah, it's a sign of the times. We live in that era where anytime.
However,
so that
it doesn't happen without Kendrick and Drake.
It doesn't happen. You got to give them the credit for it. The reality is you have two of the biggest motherfucking stars in entertainment, and then on top of that, you have internet culture where information gets disseminated faster than any other time in human history. Thanks. There was none. This was not at this scale when Jay and Nas went each other. This was not at this scale when Beanie and Jada went at each other. Nope. This was not at this scale when LL Cool J and Kumo D went at each other. This was not at this scale.
Yeah.
People dumb.
Yo, facts though, Discord. He said when men write angry poetry about each other so hyped that it's international news. It's what happened. That's the other part of this that people just forget. It was an international conflict because Drake is a Canadian.
Facts.
Legitimately, it is international news.
You telling me that the West Coast all by itself beat Canada? That's
you know what's funny? That's kind of listen. No, I would argue no. You know why I would argue no? It's because of that argument that people were making that they don't know what a Toronto sound is. I would argue that this is not the West Coast beating Canada. I would argue that this is the West Coast beating like Mega Scroll, Super Scroll.
Yo, facts. Facts. This is West Coast beating Super Scroll, yo. Facts.
So to complete the analogy, West Coast Avengers beating Super Scroll. Nigga, like, I mean, I'm just saying. All right, so listen, I need you to allow me like 20 or 30 minutes.
Go ahead.
Because if I don't get this shit off of my show notes,
get up your show notes. I can still hear you. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, so let me get into this week in review because this is basically these last 3 weeks basically have been dominated by topics so big that they really took up the majority of the show. So we didn't really have time to get into. And I've also had some things happen that I need to get off of this goddamn Google Doc because we're looking at an amount of pages that is completely unnecessary and should not exist. So this week, I already changed it. All right, so this week, went to this place. I forgot the name of the place. I ain't even gonna hold you. Actually, I didn't ever know the name of the place. It was a surprise. My girl took me to. It was a surprise. So we went to this place. Wasn't too far away. It was dope. There was this deal where you got like 3 hours of bowling, X throwing, and the arcade play. The bowling was good. I didn't have my custom bowling balls, but the lanes themselves were good. The X throwing was good. We sucked at it. And I don't know if that's something I want to actually get better at or not. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. The arcade, though, left a lot to be desired. It's almost as if their arcade is an afterthought for them. There weren't that many games. And then they had this thing where that deal didn't include certain games. There are games where the payment part is a rainbow, and there are games where the payment part is blue. That deal only included the games where the payment part was blue. I originally thought that was just for games that had immediate prizes, but no, there were even some games that didn't have immediate prizes that were rainbow, so they weren't included in that deal. I think that's whack. And like I said, some of the game, like one of the games was the little Connect 4 basketball thing. We were playing that. That was probably the most fun game there, but it stopped us from playing. It was like, you've played this game too many times. Like, what do you mean? I can understand if it was crowded, but it was a Tuesday afternoon. Like, it wasn't, there might have been 6 or 7 other people in the arcade part, and none of them were in line to play this game. But anyway, the food was pretty good overall. That place is dope. I would recommend it, but I don't know what it's called, so I can't really recommend it. But it was dope. We had a blast. We had a great time. Also, yesterday, I took pictures for a prom.
Ain't that some shit? I didn't know you was doing that.
I'm not.
Oh,
this was family. I had Chrissy's best friend, her daughter went to prom, and yeah, I did those pictures. It's been a while since I've done this kind of shoot.
Yeah.
But I don't think I made any rusty mistakes, which was definitely unexpected because it's been a long time since I did something like this. But also, one of the key elements, though, was Dion ahead of time. She was like, hey, listen, we have a professional photographer here.
Right.
You can still take your pictures on your phones, but don't be in his goddamn way. Make sure that there is a clear view for him to be able to get the pictures.
100%.
She said that ahead of time.
MVP.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. There were still a couple people that were a bit obstacle.
It would have been worse. It would have been
worse.
But
exactly. It was nowhere near as bad as I've experienced at other type of events. Mm-hmm. So that was fun. And the girls, even though both of them hated, they hate taking pictures, but they I think they enjoyed themselves. They had a good time. Okay. Update from weeks ago. The Walgreens. Remember I had talked about the Walgreens that had the broke cooler up the front with the sign on it that said, please don't open the door.
I do.
Same drinks that are in this cooler are the same drinks that are in the main cooler.
I do.
Well, that same cooler that's by the front is still broken with the same sign. And exactly what I said would happen is what happened. They ran out of my preferred beverage in the main coolers, and there were several of them in the broken one. I just left it alone, though, because of how long I was in this goddamn line. But while I was in the line, I heard the following exchange. Debit or cash? Person says, credit card. The cashier then says, you have to use debit or cash. Now, there are only two options here. Somehow, something about their system is broken, and they can't accept credit.
Right.
Or this cashier doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Either way, this is a fail on the Walgreens part. That Walgreens need to be condemned. I'm not even joking. Yo, it takes them forever to restock stuff.
Yeah.
Anytime you go in there during lunchtime, it takes you 20 to 30 minutes to check out. And the building is falling apart.
Oh, yeah. Y'all got to get that the fuck up out of here.
Like, they got this huge tarp hanging from the building that's connected to a hose just in case water leaks. Like, what are we talking about?
It's ridiculous.
Fix the fucking issue.
That's ridiculous.
Well, that's interesting, Discord. That's interesting. And the crazy thing is, I have never seen one like this. Like, all the other ones I've ever gone to are cool. Like, this one, the one right by my job, is terrible.
Now you know how I felt about that Best Buy's.
Thanks.
Right now I felt.
But it wasn't always like that.
Listen.
Remember we went out there years ago?
I remember, right? Stuff. But I also don't remember. Like, I remember, but I don't remember that it was that one. I just remember we did. Because
no, it was that one.
When I'm moving areas, if I don't frequent the area, I don't, you know what I'm saying? But when I went in there, like the second time I went in there, first time I was with you, and then years later, I went in there, it was a nightmare. A nightmare. Terrible.
Listen, I don't know what happened. Maybe they got new management or something. I don't fucking know. All right, so when AI goes wrong, so we often talk about the advancements of AI that are good and that we use. I think I've only once complained on here about some AI implementation, and
that's
that was
Drake
actually
with that
Google
with
Docs.
I think that was Drake with the. Oh, you mean something
No,
else?
not that. No. It was Google Docs, and the way that they fucking changed their spell check and all that shit. It's
I will
trash.
say this. I just got access to Gemini across Google products.
Yeah.
The email shit is helpful.
Okay. But I don't email on Gmail.
Yeah, but listen, for business, right?
Right.
A lot of the stuff that we'll purchase, Majestic Commerce will purchase, we get a digital receipt.
Okay, that makes sense.
We go and say, yo, pull up all my receipts for the
right.
Bam, it's right there. Like,
yeah, I did see that. I could use it for that. Okay. No, you're right. So
facts, just go up facts.
I've found another one that's trash. It took me a while, but I found another one that's trash. Spotify DJ. So the idea is you have your own personalized DJ that plays music for you in sections. Those sections are called sets. Between each set, it comes back and tells you what the category of the next set is. In theory, this is great. In practice, not so much. The big picture of what's wrong with it is that it isn't this DJ isn't as smart as their algorithms that they had already. That's the big picture of what's wrong with it. So I thought the problem was that it was new, just coming out. So there was going to be kinks, you know how software companies are these days. No, apparently the shit came out in 2023.
Damn it.
So on a couple specific issues I've had with it. So it will give you little tidbits between sets about either the last song that was played or the upcoming one, as well as tell you what the next set is. Sometimes it's as simple as saying, and we'll end that set with insert artist here, or we're going to start this next set with insert artist here. But other times it tries to give little tidbits. There was a set coming up where the first song was from Tevin Campbell. I don't remember the exact words, but they basically said this man's career took a major hit from his second album on. Now, while that might be factually true, I don't want to hear about an artist's record sales tanking right before I hear their song.
That's true.
Another example, I hate when Mary J. Blige is the artist of the first song of a new set. The DJ always talks about how her debut album, and I understand the potential reasons why it's not culturally aware, but that doesn't excuse it. It calls her debut album What's the 411?
Oh, geez.
Her debut album is called What's the 411?
That's annoying as fuck. Come on.
Now, if you had the cultural awareness, you would understand that 411 is a word that we use to mean information.
Right.
But because it didn't understand that, it said, "What's the 411?" What the fuck are you? Nah, bro. Like, we gotta fight.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you're disrespecting me right now.
It seems very disrespectful.
What are we talking about? Another issue I've run into is that it's not great at determining mood. Like, it came on before one set and said, "All right, this next set is all happy songs." The first song it played was Flagpole Sitter by Harvey Danger. Now, I love this song, and therefore I get a positive feeling when I hear it. However, the song is absolutely not a happy song. Let me read the first verse. I had visions, I was in them. I was looking into the mirror to see a little bit clearer the rottenness and evil in me. Fingertips have memories. Mine can't forget the curves of your body. And when I feel a bit naughty, I'm running up the flagpole to see who salutes, but no one ever does. In case that wasn't clear enough, let me read the third verse. Paranoia, everybody's coming to get me. Just say you never met me. I'm running underground with the moles digging holes. Hear the voices in my head. I swear to God, it sounds like they're snoring, but if you're bored, then you're boring. The agony and the irony, they're killing me. Definitely not a happy fucking song.
No, not at all.
Spotify has a separate automatic playlist feature. Works so much better than this.
Right.
So much better than this. Another issue I've run into is the repetitiveness. I listen to a lot of fucking music. listen to these playlists. I have a hip hop playlist that has 228 songs, a gospel playlist that has 124 songs, an R&B playlist that has 246 songs, a rock/pop playlist that has 142 songs. These playlists are just the ones that these are just the ones that are genre specific. Right. Then on top of that, I have more specific playlists that have songs in them that are not on any of those playlists.
Right.
Then on top of that, I have like 20 to 25 albums that are saved to my library. I'm not comparing the amount of music I listen to another person. The point I'm making is that at any given time that my Spotify is open, the number of songs that are on deck is close to 1,000.
Right.
Why is it that I can be in the shower getting ready for work, using the DJ function and hear a song, and then by the time I get to my car, I can hear that song again?
That's crazy.
That's absolutely should not be the case. Yes, there are songs that can fit into multiple sets, but why isn't the DJ catching that? I either just listened to it or, even worse, that I skipped it.
Right.
Why isn't it catching that? The last issue I've noticed is that it tries to blend the songs, and oftentimes it ends up starting a song several words into the first verse instead of just skipping the intro.
Wait a minute. Who makes this?
I don't know. I don't know what company they're using.
I'm curious about what model they're using. Also, when these development companies release these APIs as open source, all kinds of companies grab that shit, try to make off the shit. Yeah. I'm wondering if some motherfucker grabbed the API and said, "Hey, here we go." You know what I'm saying?
Right,
it's not good, yo. It's just not good.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Work, nigga. So you ever worked with some? I know you have. You don't have to answer this question. You ever work with somebody that just tries so hard to get out of doing the work that they're supposed to do? Like, if you applied half of that effort to your actual job, you would be done. Like,
yeah.
So,
in fact, I've heard people because
like that. It's mind blowing. So this particular department, there are three of them. 2 out of the 3 of them specifically both do this. The third one, I ain't never had a problem with. So the first one I'll talk about is the same one a few weeks back, but knew better than to fucking ask me about it. So whenever we get a new employee, if they are at a location that has a physical time clock, I have to register them in the time clock for them to be able to clock in and clock out.
Okay.
By the way, that's another thing that's not supposed to be my fucking job. But it's cool. I don't mind doing it. Like, literally, it was someone else's job and they just didn't do it. So now I do it. But again, I don't mind, I don't mind doing it. Facts, Mike.
That's facts. That's factual.
So in order for me to put them in the time clock, though, this lady has to put them into the system. I have no idea what that means.
Right.
Or the correct way to do it.
Right.
What I do know is that literally 9 times out of 10, when she says she has done it, it does not work.
Yeah.
On the other hand, whenever my boss does it, works the first time. So I don't know where the disconnect is. Oftentimes, I'm the one who has to tell her that she didn't do it right.
Right.
Now I'm sure she doesn't like that. So we had a new employee downtown. I preemptively took her down to try to get her into the clock.
Right.
It didn't work. Because of history, I already knew it wasn't going to work, but I'm supposed to try anyway. Okay. I don't mind because it gets me away from my desk, whatever. We go downstairs to the clock, didn't work. Told her what had to happen and that I would come get her when the lady claims that it's working.
Right.
Instead of waiting and dragging it out, I went right to the lady and simply asked her if she had a chance to put the new person in. She started crying about her not being at work and this and that and blah, blah, blah. I ain't ask you none of that. I simply asked you if you have had the time to put this person in the clock. I wasn't accusatory.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I said, have you had a chance? Have you had a chance? I used those specific words for a reason. I'm aware that you had been out of work for a little bit. I know that. I know you weren't here.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, since you weren't here for a period of time, have you had the chance to put this person in the system?
Right.
I'll let you know when I do it. Okay. All right.
Wow.
So that was the week before the one that just ended. So Monday, I told Debbie to ask the lady if she had did it yet, because I didn't want her to cry to my boss like I was trying to put pressure on her or something. Like,
yeah,
I didn't want to.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Debbie called her. She said she did it. But you said you was going to tell me when you did it. She didn't walk back to my desk to tell me. She didn't leave a note. She didn't call me. Mind you, this person walks by my desk several times a day. She didn't even have to make a special trip. No, in your everyday travels, James, I put such and such in the system. Okay, cool, thank you. I'll take care of it. No, she just, yeah. So now she's sitting on the phone scrambling, trying to fix a problem that she wouldn't have had if she did what I asked her to do in the first fucking place. Okay. The other person. I talked about fixing a couple long-term issues on the show the other week. One of them was the way our jobs check the water bills for our residents. Dawn called somebody to get some information because the way that they have to check doesn't give as much detail as another source that we use in the downtown office.
Right.
The second lady that I'm talking about starts telling Dawn that she isn't supposed to be using the site that she used, and that all of the jobs have a username and password to use this other resource, and that's how they're supposed to get the info. Mm-hmm. Of course, Dawn calls me to verify because she tried to go to that site and it was blocked. And I told her, I have no idea what the hell she's talking about, and I've never heard that before. I'll look into it. Mm-hmm. Slide over to my supervisor. Now my supervisor, hey, Dawn said something about this, and she said this one told her that this was what she was supposed to do. My supervisor was like, absolutely not. That is not how that works. I'm like, okay. So the site I fixed is the correct sites that that the jobs are supposed to be using. If the jobs need more info, which is seldom, that info is supposed to come from the lady that tried to pawn that job off onto Dawn.
Right.
So you just don't want to do your job.
That's all.
That's it. That's all it is. Again, it does not happen that often that they need to get extra information.
Right.
But whenever they do, they're supposed to call her. It's like, no, y'all supposed to have a username and password. No, they don't. It's not real. It may have existed at one point.
Right.
But that point was before I was working doing what I'm doing. And I've been in my position for 15 years. So also the same person is, remember years ago when the pandemic was starting, I think, and I had told you that I had seen one of my coworkers on Facebook and found out she was a Trumpette.
Yes.
It's her. So we were having this meeting.
Oh.
Yeah, we were having this meeting. Oh, funny enough, Jared Kushner has caused the single biggest shift in policy in my company that has happened since I've been with the company.
Interesting.
Right? So some cases happened and the Maryland Supreme Court has been involved. Basically, there was a case against Kushner that he was charging people.
I know exactly what case.
Yeah. He was charging people things that they said shouldn't count as rent. And now that had to be clarified, which is how the Supreme Court
was on his slumlord shit.
Yes.
He was on his slumlord shit.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So the Maryland Supreme Court reviewed the case. So, mind you, I am not a lawyer or any type of legal professional, but this is my understanding of the direct meeting where our company's lawyers and legal professionals explained it to us.
Right.
So if you live in Maryland and you hear this, double check before you take my word as gospel. So in Maryland, effective immediately. Why effective immediately? Because what the Supreme Court does is they interpret law. So if they interpret a law that is already on the books, right, whatever their decision is effective immediately and retroactively to the statute of limitations for that law.
Right. Right.
So the statute of limitations for this particular law is 3 years. So at the point that they made the decision 3 years back is when this is effective. So in Maryland, landlords have to change the way that they allocate payments that they receive from their tenants. First of all, there's a new established definition of what rent means. So rent is and can only include the periodically paid amount agreed upon before entering a lease for purposes of living in a unit. That's one. Mm-hmm. The second thing rent can include is late fees. And in Maryland, there's a cap of 5% for late fees. Okay. And the third thing rent can include is court-awarded court costs.
Yeah. Okay.
So why is that change important? Let me give you examples. So let's say a person is 2 months behind on their rent. Their rent is $1,000, just to make the numbers nice and round. Mm-hmm. They got charged with a late fee for May, which would be $50. So now they owe $2,100. Let's say you had to cut their grass one day in April and you charged them $55 for that. Now they owe $2,155. Let's say they hadn't paid their water bill either month and their bill averages like $25 monthly. So now the person owes their landlord $22,005. Before this clarification, mm-hmm, this is one way a landlord might handle that tenant. They file an eviction on that first month for the rent, the April rent. Then the late fee. When the next month comes, they might file an eviction for May, whatever's left from April, the late fee from April, and the late fee from May. Also, the water from April and the court fees for filing the first eviction. Mm. If they get to a third eviction, that third eviction would have whatever's left out of that, in addition to 2 months of water, a grass fee, right, and the first 2 court fees. That's now deemed illegal. That is not how you can't do it that way.
Oh my.
Because of the clarification of the law, the landlord can't charge the water or grass as rent retroactively. And they also can't put those court fees in there unless they got a judgment from the judge that allows it.
Interesting.
Another simple, actually, yeah, this affects you too. So another, let me see. Another simpler scenario is that same person is behind 1 month on their rent, but they're behind 3 months on their water bill. So they owe $1,075 plus the late fee, which puts them at $1,125. Mm-hmm. If that person came in to pay their rent, which is just the $1,000, before a landlord could put that $1,000 toward the water bill first, and that would get rid of the $75, and that would bring the amount owed to $1,050, and then the remainder would be rent. That would leave a balance of $75 that tenant could potentially not realize is still there.
Wow. So
now they're carrying that onto the next month. That is how a lot of landlords handled that, because not for predatory, well, some people probably for predatory reasons, but not for predatory reasons necessarily, for the fact of, I own this property, water has to be paid. If water is not paid, they will try to take my property. So I'm going to pay my water first.
Right.
That's now illegal. Can't do it that way. The way tenant payments are allocated has been clarified. If a tenant gives you money and does not indicate what it's for, the only thing you can apply it to is rent.
Not
The
water.
exception, yes, not water, not any maintenance fees, not any BGE, none of that. Only rent. Only those three things that classify as rent. So if you owe 2 months and a late fee, you can give them $1,000 and say, this is for May's rent. Doesn't matter what they say. As long as it's for rent, you can apply it to whatever you want to apply it to as far as it's rent. So the problem, though, is this is different for payments that aren't rent. If you owe 4 grass fees and you give them $55 and say that this is specifically for the last grass fee, that's what you have to apply it to. You cannot apply it to the first grass fee. If they say it's for the last one, you have to use it to pay the last one.
Right.
What this all means is that there are now less ways for landlords to recover associated fees that are not rent. The only way they cannot enforce that you pay those fees, the only way they can now enforce that you pay those fees is through your security deposit. But they can't take it out until you have terminated your stay there.
Right.
So here comes the next problem. I say problem because some people might be hearing this and think this is a win for the tenant. I'll explain to you at the end why it is not. Here comes the next issue. So let's say you have a 6-month lease just to make 2-month lease just to make it nice and short. In 2 months, if I cut your grass every week and I charge you $50, that's 8 weeks of $50. That is what, $400? So if I just haven't paid you, that the only way I can recover that is through your security deposit, right? The problem, though, is now a security deposit in Maryland cannot exceed 1 month's rent.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, this is all new. This is all new, and that part doesn't go into effect until October, I believe. Here's the problem with that. Well, I'm sorry. Well, here's the problem with that for landlords.
Right.
If your rent is $1,000 and you pay your rent your entire term of your lease, but you don't pay any of those things that are not considered rent, right? So let's say you accumulate $600 of non-rent fees, and you just never pay those. The only way I can collect that is taking it out of your security deposit when you move out. But let's say you did damage to the unit.
Right.
You may have done $3,000 worth of damage to this unit, but I only had that $1,000 as a security deposit.
You gotta come out of your pocket now.
Maybe. And now we get to where it does not benefit the tenants. That's going to lead to you going fucking bankrupt. Also, this is going to make it harder for low-income landlords to operate. This entire thing is going to make it much harder for low-income landlords to operate because I can't justify. What? So I'll use my company as an example. We have certain maintenance fees. We have grass fees. If you don't pay your BGE, we can't just have the unit not having BGE. So it reverts back into our name.
Right.
Water bill. I think they're working on doing something to stop this from being possible. But currently, if you get too far behind on the water bill, they can take the house.
Dang.
So with this change, we have no way to account for any of that stuff. And you can come and live with us for a year, and as long as your rent ends up being paid, long enough for you to play the cat and mouse game of eviction, because people do that. People absolutely do that. As long as you do that, you're going to make it through a full tenancy. But now you might have racked up $4,000-$5,000.
Oh man!
And we only have $1,000 for your security deposit.
Thanks, Mr. Kirshner, for that, folks.
Yeah, that's not sustainable. So what's going to end up happening is some of these companies going to change how they handle rent. Some of these companies are going to raise rent. It's not going to help the issue of rents being higher because they're going to just raise rent now.
Yep.
And in different matter of fact, the sum solution is they're going to raise rent. Now, depending on what they raise it for, like for instance, they might change to a system where they just automatically cut your grass and your rent will be higher to be able to compensate for that.
Right.
But the sum is still your rent is higher. So things about to get interesting here.
Yeah. Things about to get a bit interesting. Well, we'll see.
Things about to get interesting here.
Because what'll wind up happening is on the other side of the equation of that, there'll be legislators are going to seek favor with the people by taking the opposite view. And then maybe they're going to, but yeah, well, you know, Kushner's a piece of shit. And they overcorrect a lot of times with pieces of shit. So that's what it sounds like that is. A big ass overcorrection.
I think literally is the biggest shift in policy that has happened to my company since I've been there. Because it's not up for debate. Like it could be appealed, but that's gonna take who knows how long. Like that's these are things that are law. We have to change them immediately. Like
you have to. Oh, but shit, I went through something similar. When I used to make M14A1s at a gun manufacturer called Arms Corps. This is when Bill Clinton was in office and he signed that gun bill. Literally overnight.
Bruh.
One of the things on there was it couldn't have a bayonet lug because apparently there had been a rash of, I don't know, drive-by bayonettings. I don't know. I don't know.
I hate you so much. Drive-by bayonettings is wild.
No, apparently something like, because it can no longer have bayonet lug on it. So we had to stay there overnight.
Yeah.
And fuck with shit. Not only that, the ink wasn't dry on the fucking bill before the ATF was knocking at the door, checking all the stuff that was there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I know what it's like when they pass some of them things in legislation and shit, and then all of a sudden the company you work for now has to scramble to be in compliance and shit.
Yeah.
Like I know exactly what that is. Man. It's fucking ass.
That shit. It's like it was like emergency meeting tomorrow. I'm like, wait, what? Huh? What are you?
Yeah, I've been there.
I just found out about this thing. Yeah, and it's effective immediately. So we need to have this meeting.
Oh, and this is the other thing. So when he passed that particular law, it caused us to have more work in other ways because there was a whole bunch of military weaponry that had to be junked. So they chopped the shit all up and they put it in some shipyard. It got rained on, lightning hit the shit, it was magnetized.
Yeah.
And my stupid ass, the owner of Arms Corps at the time, Jack Freeze, he said, I'm buying that. So he bought a big ass shipping thing of these parts. Had that shit brought into on the property of the company, and for that entire summer, me, his daughter, his son, and I think the Polish dude Andy were out there. Like I had to do everything I was going to do in the gun room earlier that day, and then right around the afternoon when the sun's at its height, and this is metal, right? I had to go out there and help pick through the parts to find anything, pins, whatever, that still could be salvaged. There's no way he made money on that. There's no way he made money on that shit. He obviously lost money on that. Just like when this motherfucker went and bought some K98 Mauser barrels because apparently there must be a rush on K98 Mausers from World War fucking II. I don't know. He bought all these barrels and the bitches sat out there in the warehouse, and he eventually wound up selling it for half of what he paid for just to get it the fuck up out of there. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Ridiculous shit. So
but enough of my drama.
I don't have much. I don't know if I don't think I talked about this last week because all the other shit going on. Mother's Day. Went there to see
my fault. One more thing.
Okay.
So connected to this. So we were having this talk, and I mentioned the whole BGE thing.
Right.
There are times where people will move in, they don't have BGE yet, and the only reason we're supposed to allow them is because there are these organizations that we work with, that the people that are moving in are not citizens, so they do not have a social security number. So it will take a while for them to get BGE in their name. So those people are an exception, right?
Mm-hmm.
The trumpet blurts out, "Hey, so we have these people who move in and they don't have BG&E," and the attorney's like, "Well, it takes them a while for them to get their social security numbers, so it's going to take them a while to get BG&E. Yes, they are an exception to our rule."
Yeah.
Is it a law that we have to let them move in? The attorney explains.
Hateful.
These are people who that we allow to live with us. Otherwise, they would have died. They are refugees.
Toxic, ignorant, hateful.
This is us doing our civic duty.
Toxic, ignorant.
The look on her face when she heard that response.
Civic duty.
Right.
Wow, yeah. Civic duty. No, it's our civic duty to rush the Capitol.
But yeah,
that's garbage. But anyway, because all the shit that took place, I don't believe I talked about my trip over my mom's house.
No,
I don't think so. Mother's Day, I go down there. My sister's there. A couple of our kids. My brother Marlon calls in too. He doesn't really get out of the house much anymore because of his condition. So we was laughing, joking, laughing. I go upstairs to go to the bathroom. And in the bathroom is a scale, my mom's scale. I said, let me step on. I ain't seen one of these old school scales in a long time. Let me step on this damn thing, see what the fuck is going on. I step on it and I look down. 265 pounds. 265 pounds. I said, nah, this can't possibly be. I get off. I step back on it. I get off to see if it was zeroing out, right? It was zeroing out. 265. So here's the thing. I know why I haven't been doing my usual walk type shit because my condition, right?
Right.
I will crawl on my face every day until I get back to a sense of normalcy, which is 240, because I will not hit 300. That's not happening.
Word.
It's not happening. And the fact that I've got from 243 to 265 in the course of these few months this year is not good.
Right.
So that 300 looks, I was like, no. It's not happening. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. But good time was had by all. Stayed down there for a little while, talked with my mom. I thought I was going to see one of my nephews. He didn't come by. But I think she was waiting for something my sister had ordered her that's supposed to be delivered there. But while we was there, it didn't show up. So I do plan on calling her to see if it ever showed up. The other thing, like I said, it ain't much. I thought this was fucking hilarious. So I'm watching, I'm rewatching rather the last episode of X-Men 97.
Mm-hmm.
Phenomenal series, by the way. Phenomenal. Just insane. Watching it, and I noticed that one of the cats, the boy that's sitting on the bed, he all of a sudden perks his head up. And then he gets up and he's sitting up staring. Now, I've had cats long enough to know that if a cat gets up and starts staring at something, your ass need to see what they're staring at.
Yeah, you kind of need to look. Yeah, you need to check that out.
So I look out of the room. I don't see shit. And then I hear some scrambling by the window. Yes. Yes. By the window. And what was it? You don't want to come in here. Trust me, squirrel. There are 4 cats in here. Trust me. This is not where you want to be. Now, here's the thing. When I got up to leave the room, the cat was still there on the bed. I turn around, and what do I see? Ready to get with something. And all I kept thinking to myself is, why is the squirrel trying to get in here? And then this sense of dread overtook my mind. What if it's warning? They're coming. The Corvids are coming. The Corvids are coming. You gotta let me in. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye out.
That's hilarious.
For the rest of this week, probably this month, to see what's shaking. Because there's no reason that a squirrel would want to come in this house with 4 cats. Like, ain't no goddamn way. Unless some shit going on that's so horrifying. Remember what we said earlier today about somebody jumping out of a moving car? You're only gonna jump out of a moving car.
Thanks.
The alternative. and this is the equivalent of jumping out of a moving car going about 75 miles an hour. Right?
Yeah. Nigga.
But other than that, there was some business stuff I had to take care of this week. And listen, I've tried to explain to people that technology ain't gonna stop for you.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how you feel about it. If the powers that be won and corporations, which could kind of overlaps with the same shit, feel as though this is better for their bottom line, they're going to go with it. Now, if you are a small business owner, you got to make certain decisions. So if you decide that there's some technology that you just don't want to use, that's fine. Just know your competition is using it.
Right.
And if your competition uses it and it helps them get to the punch before you will pay. Because they will get the business and more of it, and you won't.
Right.
And eventually, you'll either be forced to use this technology or you'll continue to refuse and lose your business because you just can't maintain it, can't sustain it. I had this conversation with a couple of other potential small business owners who were thinking about doing this shit. But they had all these rules and they think that it'll save them. And I said to him, I was like, that's cute, but you're going to lose. because your competition has no compunction about using whatever makes things convenient for them and speeds up their process. I was told by the person, and I think I almost rather failed. I said, I suppose you will. I suppose you will. Because there ain't no going backwards. None of that. There is no going backwards. If anything, the level of technology, now specifically speaking of artificial intelligence, that level of technology isn't going to slow down. It's going to speed up. We've already seen it just in the past week. They had the OpenAI presentation, and they had the Google one, and Microsoft's is next week. Each time they're showing you the steps. Exactly, Discord. It's becoming parabolic. Each time they show you, when they show you the new stuff that they have, whatever, some of it is just rehashed of some old stuff, but some of it isn't. They're moving the chains. It's not. It's almost getting to the point like the one dude David Shapiro said. It's almost getting to the point where calling some of this stuff LLMs is disingenuous. They're transformers.
Yeah.
Transformers. So it's going to transform, if you will, everything. Everything, right? And the only difference is going to be between the people who embraced it and said, fuck it, I'm doing what I got to do, and those that hesitated. And in business, when you hesitate, you lose out.
Right.
You lose out.
Think long, think wrong.
Yeah. You study long, you study wrong. Right? So because of that, not just with Majestic Comics, but also with my clothing line shit, there are AI programs that I use because it gets me to the punch faster. And also, this is going to be probably industry wide in various different industries. I don't have to hire somebody to do that when I would have before. Literally had to hire somebody to do certain shit. So that means my company saves money. If I'm thinking like that on a small scale, imagine what the larger ones are thinking of. So to that friend of mine, I won't say his name.
Right.
Some of his little buddies on here. If you're watching, remember that is what I told you then.
Right.
And we're going to see in about 2 or 3 years what's going to happen because of your refusal to just acknowledge what it is. The shit changes. It's the equivalent of a motherfucker still wanting to use a reel-to-reel in 2024, right? To record your music. Just saying. Let me know how that 8-track tape works out for you. Yeah, that's pretty much my week. Here's my week. We want to thank everybody for once again showing up to the Black Culture Geeks podcast, aka Saturday Morning Cartoon Block. Because of your participation, we're able to do this and be happy warriors every week.
Yeah.
We dig our foot hip high. Some of these niggas have this shit they be pulling. And we will continue to do so. The beatings will continue.
Oh, without question.
Until there's some change, which means we're going to be
doing
this
in
for
perpetuity.
a long time. In perpetuity. Right? Be sure to check out my man Super Side Guys podcast, Metas and Mutants. Also, be sure to check out my sister, his significant other, Chrissy's Heard It Through the Grapevine. Funny as shit. I ain't gonna lie. They be laughing. You know what I'm saying? They be wilding and shit. You know what I'm saying? Also, remember, there is always music.
Always. And
there will be more music.
Absolutely.
The music will not stop.
No.
Until the baggeth hath cometh. So for my man SPJ,
You.
I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and for the greater
Uh-huh.
multi-world entertainment family, we are out.
Peace.